Kitab in Language is a center created by the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization established in 13 July 2009. Our work is focusing on Indonesian language for foreign learners, Arabic, German, Japanese, Mandarin, as well as mother tongue as bridge language of instruction in teaching and learning. To always bring innovation in the area of language education development, we collaborate and provide quality programs of professional excellence for language teachers through learning resources development, research and development, capacity building, and networking. For years, we support language teachers and education personnel by imparting our 4 values: innovative spirit, commitment toward quality, cooperation, and customer satisfaction. In designing our programs, we comply with the policy and agenda of the Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. And to accommodate the Southeast Asian teachers, we answer to SEAQIL 7 priority areas as well as the 5 recommendations of SEAQIL Council. We endeavor to maintain and strengthen extensive networks with various national, regional, and international institutions. By doing so, we continue collaborating on the improvement of education in Southeast Asia. In the years to come, we strive to work under strategic observations and challenges faced in the 21st century learning. We will continue on conducting needed analysis and research, capacity building, and strengthening linkages. Kitab in Language, prioritizing languages, advancing education.
Hello, language teachers! Welcome to Easy and Enjoyable Teaching with SEAQIL. In this video, you are going to learn on how to use PowerPoint as the learning media to teach captions. Do you know what a caption is? Caption is one of the learning materials that should be studied as well as mastered by students of grade 12. It is in the first semester that students of grade 12 need to create their own captions based on the function of the text structures, and linguistic features. Caption is also a picture that has a meaning provided with a brief description. Since the learning material on caption should be learned by students of grade 12, there have been problems emerged. For example, students' limited knowledge on caption and their weak English language skills in constructing English sentences. So far, students do know caption, but what they know is a selfie caption. It is a selfie picture of themselves and they used to upload it in their IG or Instagram. They don't know that actually, captions are varied based on its types and use. In order to attract students' interest to learn captions, it requires a learning media that can motivate them to create a caption based on their own versions. Therefore, Microsoft PowerPoint is thought of as the solution to make them eager to learn and create meaningful captions. PowerPoint is a program developed by Microsoft that can be used to present various texts, pictures, photos, diagrams, videos, or even audio-based learning materials. Most importantly, PowerPoint can also be used for teachers to present the learning materials on caption, give tasks for students, and make use of it to read, as well as write captions requiring the students' critical thinking skills and creativity. Okay, so let's get started. There are 6 steps of learning captions using PowerPoint. The first step is to discuss the definition of caption and give examples of caption that have usually been used in daily life. In the PowerPoint, the teacher firstly explains the definition of caption and mentions types of caption used in daily life. Then, the teacher presents examples of the types of caption. The second step is to read and understand types of caption. The teacher assigns students to read some of the definitions of the types of caption. After that, the teacher assigns students to identify vocabularies written in the caption. Next, the teacher asks students a few questions related to the presented caption. The third step is to watch a tutorial video of creating a caption. In the PowerPoint, the teacher plays a tutorial video of creating a caption taken from YouTube. In this activity, both the teacher and students discuss the ways of creating a caption as shown in the tutorial video. The fourth step is to jointly write a caption in pairs. After watching the tutorial video of creating a caption on YouTube, students are divided into pairs and jointly write a caption. The caption can be either provided by the teacher or taken from the internet by the student themselves. The fifth step is to independently write a caption. In this step, the students need to create a caption independently. The sixth step is to present the captions. In the last step, the student should present their own caption using PowerPoint. The teacher and other students may ask questions and give their inputs regarding the caption presented in PowerPoint. Next, the student that has presented the caption should then upload it in Instagram. Guess this is the end of the video. Thank you for watching. Have a good day, and may God bless you. Hello, language teachers.
Recording in
Welcome
progress.
to Easy and Enjoyable Teaching with SEAQIL. Now, this episode is about how to improve the students' English speaking skills using a smart application named Orai. Do you have problems in improving your students' speaking skills? No worries, you are not alone. Most language teachers face difficulties in improving their students' speaking skills. Psychological factors such as shyness, fear of mistakes, anxiety, lack of confidence, and lack of motivation are some prominent factors that hinder students from speaking in the classroom. In context of language class, the students become reluctant to practice their speaking skills. Well, the good news is, one of our colleagues, Ms. Safitri Wayuni, an English teacher in East Kalimantan, has a best practice in improving her students' speaking skills. In her case, she uses a smart application called Orai to help improving her students' speaking performance. So the first question will be, what is Orai? Orai is a smart application that can be used to improve the speaking skills since it can assess its users' performance. This application can be downloaded from the Play Store for all smartphones, either Android or Apple operating system based. Next, you might wonder, actually, in what lesson did she use Orai and how to use it in the classroom? Here's the answer. Miss Safitri used Orai for English lesson on self-introduction. And here are 6 teaching steps that she has conducted in her classroom. First, assigning students to download Orai application on their cellular phones. Second, requesting students to practice their speaking skills using Orai, in which they have to talk based on a topic suggested in the application. On this step, students choose the feature Practice. Click the option Give me a topic, and then click the option Practice Now. After that, students practice their speaking by reading available sentences on the screen provided by Orai for 2 minutes. Third, students check feedbacks and transcript from Orai. The aspects assessed are speaking pace, fillers, clarity, pausing, and intonation, as well as conciseness. This is the sample image of feedbacks provided by Orai. Here, we have one more sample of feedbacks. Okay, now let's go to the next step. Fourth, giving tasks to students to speak about their own self-introduction on the application. Students choose the feature Practice. Click the option Free, then they introduce themselves for 2 minutes. Fifth, asking again the students to check feedbacks and transcript from Orai. Sixth, or the last steps, students and the teacher discuss about the speaking practices on self-introduction. They also conduct a reflection on how to solve problems that they encounter while doing the practices on the application. That's all the teaching stages, and Orai definitely worked well in Miss Safitri's class. She stated that due to the application, the students can practice their speaking in a fun way without worrying making mistakes. In short, they are able to overcome their fear and nervousness so that they become more confident and fluent in speaking English. Well, if you're interested, you can try to apply Orai in your classroom. Good luck and thank you. See you again in the next episode.
Hey Malfa,
What are you doing?
I have a narrative text assignment.
Well guys, after learning about narrative text, I want you to tell a story of Indonesian folklore. It's supposed to be presented next meeting.
Problem is, I don't know what to write about.
Oh, I see. What if you write about the story of Lake Toba?
Lake Toba? What's that?
It is the largest lake in Southeast Asia. It is located in North Sumatra, Indonesia.
Wow, that's so cool.
It is.
How does the story go?
A long time ago in North Sumatra, there lived a poor young man in a valley. He had no parents, but the valley was beautiful, and everything he planted there grew wonderfully. He lived by farming and fishing in the river near his home. The food he made was not special, but he never went hungry. One afternoon, after working hard in the fields, he went fishing in the river. Today was not his day though, and after hours of waiting, he still hadn't caught a single fish. This had never happened to him before. Disappointed, he pulled his rod out of the water. But just as his rod was leaving the water, a fish bit it. He pulled it out and was very happy to see a pretty little goldfish on the end of the rod. He hurried home to cook his fish. He got home, put the goldfish on the kitchen table, and ran out to get some firewood from the garden. But when he came back, the goldfish was gone. And where it had been, there sat 3 pieces of gold. Good evening.
Who are you, O beautiful lady? And where did you come from?
I was that goldfish on your table. But I am no ordinary goldfish, as you can see. Those gold coins were my scales.
Will you marry me, O beautiful lady?
Yes, but there is one condition. You must never tell anyone that I was a fish. Do you understand?
Oh, of course.
Just promise me. You won't tell anyone, will you?
I promise.
Well then, I suppose we are married. Soon, they also had a son, who they named Samosir. Samosir grew as quickly as the flowers on the ground, and at 6 years of age, he was a strong and a very naughty boy. One day, as usual, Samosir was being very naughty. He had refused to take his breakfast, saying loudly while his mother worked, and now he is refusing to bring his father's lunch. Eventually, Samosir's mother convinced him to take a box full of rice and fish to his father. It was a long walk through the fields, and as he went, Samosir started to feel hungry. So he opened the box. The rice looked so delicious, and the fish looked so hot and juicy. So he ate them, and he ate a bit more, and a bit more, and then...
Oh no! I've eaten all of Dad's lunch!
All that was left were the fish bones. Hoping his father wouldn't notice, Samosir put the bones back in the box, wrapped it up, and continued on his way. When he found his father, he handed him the box and was ready to run away. But his father was hungry too, and he immediately opened the box and saw the bones.
Samosir, why are there only fish bones in the box? Did you eat my lunch? Oh, Dad! It was horrible. A fox attacked me and ate all the food, and he said I had to keep it a secret. Don't lie to me. I'm not lying. Yes, you are. You son of a fish. I'm not a son of a fish.
Samosir was crying again, but this time it was real. Samosir turned and ran all the way home, and when he came into his house, he asked his mother a question.
Mom, am I the son of a fish?
Samosir, what did you just say? Oh no, he had broken his promise. Toba went home and was looking all through the house for them, but his wife and Samosir were gone. Where they had stood, there was a big puddle of water. It was starting to rain. He stayed up all night, walking through the fields looking for them. The rain went through his clothes, and he shook with cold. But still, he did not find them. Then, he finally gave up and went home. It was only then that he realized just what he had done. The man stayed in his home for as long as he could. Surely, the rains would eventually stop, right? But they didn't. The man had to swim for his life, fighting the dancing waters and the heavy rain. The man was being pulled down under the waters and never came back up. Still, the rains went on until the beautiful valley turns into a lake.
The moral of the story is, do not break the promise that we have made. Because of this story, people call this place as Lake Tuba. Tuba means ungrateful, but by the time it changed to Lake Toba. Well, in the center of the lake, there is a small island, and it was called as the island of Samosir. People may forget about the man, but the lake stayed forever.
So that was the story of Lake Toba.
Oh, that's cool. Well then, I guess I gotta start writing then.
Okay.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mofa.
No problem.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Kitab in Language is a center created by the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, established on 13 July 2009. Our work is focusing on Indonesian language for foreign learners, Arabic, German, Japanese, Mandarin, as well as mother tongue as bridge language of instruction in teaching and learning. To always bring innovation in the area of language education development, we collaborate and provide quality programs of professional excellence for language teachers through learning resources development, research and development, capacity building, and networking. For years, we support language teachers and education personnel by imparting our 4 values: innovative spirit, commitment toward quality, cooperation, and customer satisfaction. In designing our programs, we comply with the policy and agenda of the Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. And to accommodate the Southeast Asian teachers, we answer to SEAQIL 7 priority areas as well as the 5 recommendations of SEAQIL Council. we endeavor to maintain and strengthen extensive networks with various national, regional, and international institutions. By doing so, we continue collaborating on the improvement of education in Southeast Asia. In the years to come, we strive to work under strategic observations and challenges faced in the 21st century learning. We will continue on conducting needed analysis and research, capacity building, and strengthening linkages. SEAQIL in language, prioritizing languages, advancing education. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start the opening ceremony in a few moments. Kindly turn on your camera and switch off the microphone during the session. Thank you. Honorable Director of SEAQIL Secretariat, Dr. Itel Agnes P. Valenzuela, our keynote speaker for today's webinar from the National Institute of Education, Singapore, Associate Professor Susan Chu, the directors of SEAQIL centers in Indonesia, distinguished rectors and deans from our partner universities, Dr. Yulianeta, Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung, and Mr. Kristan Jaya, Vice Dean 2, Faculty of Language and Literature, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Board of Director of SEAQIL in Language, Ms. Esra Nelvi M. Siagian, Deputy Director for Perkembangan, Dr. Misbah Fikrianto, Deputy Director for Administration, and last but not least, all distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning and welcome to the opening ceremony of the webinar From 4Cs to 6Cs, What Should Teachers Know and Prepare for Successful Language Learning in the 21st Century. My name is Ardel, the Master of Ceremony for today's event. First of all, let me inform you the agenda of the opening ceremony. First, presentation of the National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by Simeo Colors and Simeo Song, Building the Future. Second, delivery of activity report and welcoming remarks from the Deputy Director for Program of Simeo Cecakapan Language. Third, opening remarks from the Director of Simeo Secretariat. And lastly, group photo sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our agenda, we will see the presentation of the National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by Simeo Colors and Simeo Song.
It's time to open our eyes to a bright and promising future. We'll rise to the call of the times and create a stronger tomorrow. build a better world. Let us take a stand for our visions of hope, bringing future plans for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and great. Here at SEAQIL, building the future is our legacy. We'll achieve our goals through partnership, creating opportunities. By working hand in hand, we can accomplish all our dreams. For a better quality of life is now within our reach. Let us take a stand for our visions of hope, making future plans for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and great. Here at SEAQIL, building the future is our legacy. Let us take a stand for our visions of hope, making future plans for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and great. Here at SEAQIL, building the future is our legacy. Building the future is our legacy. At
Now we would like to invite the Deputy Director for Program of Semiokitab and Language, Ms. Esra Nelvi M. Siagian, to deliver the activity report and welcoming remarks. To Ms. Esra, time is yours.
Thank you, Ardel. Honorable Director of SEAMIO Secretariat, Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela, Vice Rectors and Deans, keynote speakers, Deputy Director Administration from Semiokitab in Language, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Praise due to our great Lord who blesses us all so that we are able to gather virtually this morning to join the opening ceremony of the international webinar from 4Cs to 6Cs. In today's webinar, we would learn what should teachers know and prepare for successful language learning in the 21st century. It is such an honor for me to speak on behalf of the Semiokitab in Language. Let me begin by giving you a warm welcome. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the framework for 21st century learning classified 21st century skill into three categories. First, learning and innovation skill. Second, life and career skill. And the third, information, media, and technology skill. Concerning learning and innovation skills, students must prepare themselves to face a world that demands them to be able to think critically and solve problems, think creatively and innovatively, communicate and collaborate. These four skills are widely known as 4Cs. In addition to these four skills, students' citizenship and character, so that students know their respective position and roles as a citizens of a country and global community, and have the character or values needed for their social life. To develop students' 6Cs through language learning, teachers are expected to not only design learning for content mastery, but also facilitate students to develop other skills needed. Therefore, teachers are expected to create a context contextual learning that is more relevant to the conditions, needs, and challenges in real life, so that students will become individuals who can answer the demands of the global world in the future. As an organization which focuses on quality improvement of language teachers and education personnel in Southeast Asia, SEAQIL contributes in responding to the situation. This webinar aims to share insight and the best practices from the keynote speakers and teacher presenters regarding the 6 skills and the implementation in language learning. Ladies and gentlemen, the final participants of this webinar are 846 from 1,685 registrants. They are educators from elementary school until senior high school, also from vocational school, university, language institution, and private teachers. They are teaching Arabic, Chinese, English, French, German, Indonesian language as foreign language, Japanese, Malay, and Tagalog. In addition, the participants of this webinar are also from educational personnel such as administration staff, school supervisor, librarian, and headmaster. All participants come from 9 countries in Southeast Asia, from Brunei Darussalam, Philippines, Indonesia, Cambodia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the director and the committee of this webinar, I would like to say once more, welcome. It is great to see so many of you here. Well, I do not want to take too much of your time. I would like to invite Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela, the Director of CMU Secretariat, to open this webinar. The time is yours. Thank you.
Next, may we welcome the Honorable Director of Senior Secretariat, Dr. Ethel Agnes P. Valenzuela, to deliver remarks and officially open the webinar. To Dr. Ethel, the time is yours.
Greetings from Simeo Secretariat here in Bangkok, Thailand. I'm very pleased and honored to join you in this special webinar. For your information, at the onset of this year, we have developed and approved the Simeo Strategic Plan 2021 to 2030, and we have developed the Simeo Integrated Operational Plan 2021 to 2025, with goals, strategic themes, central strategies, key result areas that serve as a guide for Simeo centers in implementing the respective 5-year development plans for Southeast Asia. In 2021, we have also convened high officials to talk about teacher competencies in the digital revolution, with the primary purpose of defining strategies for reaching the most unreached. These highlighted the critical areas to prepare teachers and learners amidst uncertainties and challenges brought by the pandemic. The investment of teachers through capacity building and professional development, and getting to know distance learning, hybrid, flexible learning, digital technologies and education stood out as the most important action to be taken by the region. In accepting the call, Simeo has introduced and facilitated technology-enabled learning and professional development activities for teachers in 11 Simeo member countries. Within the education agenda, we have the focus on revitalizing teacher education. It's our priority number 5. And of course, our priority 7, which is adopting a 21st century curriculum. These priority areas are in alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, the 21st century demands the explicit integration of learning strategies, digital competencies, and career abilities. In addition, globalization and digitalization have reshaped the communication landscape, affecting how and with whom we communicate, and profoundly altering the terrain of language and literacy education. Apart from these, governments and schools, educational institutions should also focus on removing barriers to access and connectivity, supporting professional development, accelerating e-learning innovation, promoting digital literacy, and implementing lifelong learning. I want to emphasize the importance of effective professional enrichment programs for teachers and educators in acquiring needed knowledge and skills to address students through the focus on six vital 21st century skills, or shall we call it six C's: character, citizenship, critical thinking, problem solving, creativity and innovation, communication, and collaboration. Therefore, the language teachers must grasp the 21st century skills continuously, reskilling and upskilling themselves to meet the global demands for life and work. Ladies and gentlemen, the Simeo Regional Center for Quality Improvement of Teachers and Education Personnel, or Simeo Kitep in language, is one of the Simeo centers which was proudly established in July 2009. SEAQIL plays an essential role in developing qualified language teachers, addressing issues in implementing professional competency training for foreign language teachers in Southeast Asia. SEAQIL has done numerous training workshops and seminars and webinars to develop language education in our region and promote international cooperation among language professionals. Language training for teachers undoubtedly brings the Southeast Asia region closer to enhancing regional understanding, collaboration, and unity of purpose. Therefore, on this blessed morning, language teachers and educators from Southeast Asia have gathered in this webinar to enrich their knowledge from Singapore's language education expert and virtually experience the best foreign language teaching practices in Indonesian government secondary school, such as English, Mandarin, and French. I'm also excited to see the experts and practitioners sharing their experiences and knowledge regarding six C's in 21st century learning and integrating such skills in language teaching and learning environment. We hope that this webinar can highlight the importance of language teachers focusing and facilitating students to develop and apprehend needed 6C skills instead of designing teaching and learning strategies only focusing on content mastery. Dear participants, we need to take charge of our teaching and learning and bring affront the reason why we become a teacher in the first place. We need to shift our paradigm in making the educational transformation to shape the future of learning in the region. With this, it is my great honor to officiate the Simeo Regional Center for Quality Improvement of Teachers and Education Personnel in Language SEAQIL's webinar from 4 C's to 6 C's. What should teacher know and prepare for successful language learning in the 21st century? Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ital. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here with us today also Professor Dr. Muhtaruddin Mansur, PhD, the Director of Simeo Rekfon. Thank you so much for joining us, Bapak. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to our next agenda, we will do group photo sessions. We will take the photo 3 times. May we kindly ask the board directors, distinguished resource persons, guests, and participants to turn on the camera and please be ready. For the first photo, may we invite Ms. Esra, Deputy Director for Program of Simeo Kitapan Language, Dr. Misbah Fikrianto, Deputy Director for Administration for Simeo Kitapan Language, and our keynote speakers, Associate Professor Susan Chu, our teacher presenters, Ms. Ismi Fajarsi, Ms. Siti Zakia, Ms. Tri Hastuti, Professor Dr. Muhtaruddin Mansur, Director of Simeo Rekfon, Dr. I. Made Sutama, Dean of Faculty of Language and Arts, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha Bali, Dr. Yulianeta, Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung,
and Mr. Krisanjaya, Vice Dean 2, Faculty of Language and Literature, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Okay, let me count. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Next, may we invite all participants for the second and third photo sessions. Please be ready. Okay, let me count once again. 1, 2, 3. And for the next slide, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the opening session of the webinar, From 4Cs to 6Cs, What Should Teachers Know and Prepare for Successful Language Learning in the 21st Century? Before we start the main agenda for today, with all due respect, we would like to inform that the distinguished guests are welcome to stay in the meeting room, or if you have other agenda, you may leave the room. Thank you very much once again for your kind participation. Ladies and gentlemen, to start the webinar, I would like to introduce our moderator for today, Ms. Zulfa Sakia, PhD. She is currently the head of Literacy Center at Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. She is also the founder of Indonesian Literacy Association and affiliates with American Educational Research Association. Since 2020, she serves as reviewer of various scientific journals. Among them are Policy Futures in Education and Pedagogy, Culture and Society. Moreover, since 2011, she actively published scientific articles, books, as well as other publications in mass media, such as the Jakarta Post and The Conversation. So, without any further ado, may we welcome Ms. Zulfa Sakia, PhD.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, Miss.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Zulfa, your moderator for this plenary session, and welcome to SEAQIL in Language Webinar 2022. And in this webinar, as Ibu Esra has explained to you, we're going to highlight the shift from 4 principles to 6 key principles in language learning and teaching. In addition to critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creativity, we propose citizenship and character education in central. So to discuss the importance of this shift in language learning principles, we're going to have 2 plenary sessions. The first session is a keynote speech, and we're very fortunate to have Professor Susan Chu on board. And Professor Chu is going to give us some conceptual grounds and insights on what, why, and how we undertake these 6 Cs in language learning and teaching. Then afterwards, we're going to have 3 best practices shared by our selected language teachers. I'm sure you cannot wait, so let me introduce you briefly to our keynote speaker. Professor Susan Chu is Associate Professor in the English Language and Literature Academic Group at the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Good morning, Professor Chu.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. And Professor Chu's research has been published in various peer-reviewed journals such as Harvard Educational Review, Reading Research Quarterly, British Journal of Educational Studies, Critical Studies in Education, and many more. And she has written numerous books on literary analysis that are used widely in Singapore schools. Her book is Reading the World, the Globe, and the Cosmos, published by Peter Lang in 2013, was awarded the Critics' Choice Book Award by the American Educational Studies Association. This is a real achievement. And Professor Chu is interested in issues related to education for global and cosmopolitan citizenship. This is the central topic in our discussion today, particularly in relation to literature education. The interests include the disciplinary history of literature in English, theorization of literature pedagogy, ethics, and ethical criticism. But just before we going into this first plenary session, let me read you the rules of this webinar. And I think the committee could help us to display the rules on the screen, maybe. Yeah, so the rules for this webinar is that first, other than the speakers and moderator, please, for all participants, stay muted. And for Zoom participants, if you have any questions, please submit your questions in English through this link. I think the link is going to be, yes, so to that link, https://kitablanguage.org/form/Q&A 21st century skills. And the e-certificates will be delivered to participants who join the webinar via Zoom for at least 75% of the webinar duration, so around 135 minutes. Fill out the webinar evaluation questionnaire and the attendance list, which will be shared in the Zoom chat during the webinar. So please stay tuned in our chat box. So I'm sure you cannot wait any longer. Without any further ado, let's hear the talk from Professor Susan Chu. Professor Chu, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I check if everyone can hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. All right. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this talk. I also want to thank the SEAQIL organizers committee and also the director and deputy directors, Dr. Pesca Valenzuela, director of SEAQIL Secretariat, Dr. Bayani, Dr. Siagan, Dr. Fikrano, okay, from the SEAQIL organizer. Thank you so much for inviting me. I really love the topic that you gave. I think it's very current. So today I'm going to touch on this topic from 4 C's to 6 C's. What should teachers know and prepare for successful language learning in the 21st century? Okay, so my talk will consist of 2 parts. The first part is a bit theoretical. I'm going to talk more about, why among the 4 C's, I would say character and citizenship, which are the 2 later C's, are important among 21 CC competencies. The second part is more practical. I'm going to give examples of what language teachers can do in the classroom to develop character by infusing ethics in language teaching. Okay, so let's start with the first part, the importance of character and citizenship dispositions among 21st century competencies. I want to set the context by talking about the world we live in. As we all know, this is a global age, but globalization is not an old concept. It's not a new concept. It's a very old concept. The difference between the previous era of globalization and the one we are in today is that the world has become more closer and interconnected than ever before. Okay, it's the degree, as Thomas Friedman says, the degree and intensity with which the world is being tied together in a single global marketplace. A very popular concept today is hyper-globalization. We live in a hyper-globalized world where national borders are becoming porous and have little effect on cross-border exchanges of trade, capital, knowledge, and people. The best example of this is what we all experience, which is the pandemic. In a matter of 3 months, a virus that started in one little village in Wuhan, China, can spread to the rest of the world in a matter of months. And this shows how globally connected, how hyper-connected our world has become. Okay. Now, because of this, governments and policymakers all over the world recognize that it is very urgent now to prepare our students for this age of hyper-globalization. And so global citizenship has become more and more important. What is global citizenship? Global citizenship, according to UNESCO, aims to empower learners to assume active roles, to face and resolve global challenges, and to become proactive contributors to a more peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, and secure world. More and more, we need global
citizenship education in order for our students to live peacefully and hospitably in a globally connected world. So because of this need to develop global citizens, all over the world, transnational organizations have pushed for what is called 21st century competencies or 21CC frameworks. Here you see some examples of the popular ones by P21, or Partnership for 21st Century Skills, OECD, World Economic Forum. These are the popular frameworks that many governments adopt today. And the diagram that you see here is our Singapore's Ministry of Education 21CC framework. That was it was developed based on the OECD and P21 and other frameworks. Now, what is common in all this framework, is the emphasis on 4 C's. What are the 4 C's? Critical thinking, creative thinking, communication, and collaboration. And I would say that this is phase 1 of the 21CC movement. This occurred around the late 1990s to the 2000s, where transnational organizations very actively pushed for these 4 C's. And it led to governments also emphasizing this in the curriculum. Now, there was a problem with the first phase of the 21CC movement, the emphasis on the 4 C's. Although we recognize that critical thinking, creativity, all this is important, many scholars highlight that these 4 C's were based on the logic of human capital theory. Because when we look at the justification of 21CC, it was based on this economic value. Education was seen as an investment in man, and the value of an individual was based on whether he or she can be economically productive. So if you look at OECD's competencies, in the early days, they said things like, 21st century skills and competencies are those that young people will be required to have in order to be effective workers and citizens in the knowledge society of the 21st century. In other words, why do we need 4 C's? In the first phase of the movement, it was because individuals could be gainfully employed, could earn more income, because if you have critical thinking, if you have creativity, you can compete well in your society, in the global economy. And it is good for the country. It makes the country more productive. Now, however, the second phase of the 21CC movement recognized that this economic justification of 21CC is very narrow. There was a need to expand it further beyond, just the 4 C's to include 2 other important C's, which are character and citizenship. And from 2010 to the present, you'll see that there are newer frameworks, and the newer frameworks tend to emphasize character and values. So take, for example, OECD's transformative competencies. This is the 2030 education compass, OECD's framework. And you see that their transformative competencies are about creating new value, reconciling tensions, taking responsibility. Now, all these are values. All these are about character dispositions. The same with UNESCO. Their term is transversal competencies. And you see that the 4 C's are there. Your critical thinking, your innovative thinking is there. But they have also added global citizenship, intra and interpersonal skills. And so they recognize that we need not just the 4 C's, we need 6 C's. And in fact, I would argue that character and citizenship dispositions are the more important of the 6 C's. In fact, they are what we call the ultimate or end goal of education. Because if we only train students with critical, creative thinking, communication, collaboration, that's all. We are training them in skills. But if they do not have character, then all these skills have no foundation. Here we turn to Aristotle. And this very important quote that he says at the beginning of his ethics, his book on ethics. He says, every art and every inquiry and every action, every pursuit is thought to aim at some good, meaning everything we do aims at something good. And what we call final is desirable in itself and never for the sake of something else. Now, such a thing above all else is, in other words, what is the end goal? What is something that we desire above all else? The term he uses is this word called eudaimonia. Okay, it's a Greek term. Now, what Aristotle is saying is that everything we do aims at some ideal, and other things are means to this ideal. Everything that else leads to this end goal. This end goal he calls eudaimonia. It means human flourishing. And Aristotle goes further to say that what does human flourishing depend on? It depends on virtues, which he calls intellectual and moral virtues. This sounds all very philosophical, but what I want to offer you is this, that Aristotle is saying the end goal of what we do is not just about learning skills and competencies. The end goal of education and everything we do is to aim at the flourishing of human beings, at the well-being and the flourishing of all human beings. And so this is another theory I want to offer as an alternative to the human capital approach. It is called the human capability approach as an alternative to 21cc education. This human capability approach was proposed by Amartya Sen, who is a Nobel Peace awardee in economics, and he's also a philosopher. And it's premised on the argument that a country's success should not be dependent on GDP, but in the way it supports human flourishing and human well-being. So when we look at successful countries, we shouldn't look at how rich a country is, how wealthy the citizens are. We should look at, does the country support the well-being and the flourishing of its citizens? And this important concept draws attention to the humanistic aspect of education. So let me compare and contrast the difference. In a human capital approach to 21cc, the goal of 21cc is to enhance the workforce to contribute to economic productivity. But in a human capability approach, the goal of education is eudaimonia, or the flourishing of human beings. In human capital theory, the attention is to all these competencies and skills in order for citizens to compete. But in human capability approach, the attention is what it takes to help people flourish. And so Amartya Sen proposes that they need opportunities, they need freedom, and they need agency in order to pursue what they value in life. These three things are very important, because if people have no opportunities, if they have no freedom to choose, if they have no agency, then all these skills and competencies are useless. And finally, in human capital theory, education is a means to an economic end. Individuals are instruments for the economic success of a nation. But in the human capability approach, education is a journey that seeks to affirm the well-being of an individual. And the success of an individual is how the individual helps other people to flourish in the world. So I want to use this human capability approach to help us think about 21cc. And therefore, this is the argument I want to suggest, that among all the 21cc competencies, and there are 6 C's, right? Critical thinking, creative thinking, communication, collaboration, character, and citizenship. They are not equal. In fact, I want to argue that character and citizenship are more important and should be prioritized amongst the 6 C's. This is an image that I want to suggest. It's a picture of a house. And in this house, character is the foundation. Character, dispositions, and virtues are foundational. They provide the reason for why we need the other 4 C's: critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration. Okay, these other competencies must be founded on the cultivation of ethics, morality, and character. Because if you don't have that as the foundation, your house will fall down. So character is the foundation. And after you have character, you build on your critical thinking, creativity, and all these other competencies. This then leads to how you manifest or demonstrate citizenship virtues in the world because the ideal citizen is one who have all these competencies, but is also grounded on character. So this is I would say, the image of what I think 21cc's framework should look like, okay? So let me go now to language teaching. So what does it mean for language teaching when we want to think about the importance of character and citizenship especially, okay? We need to shift away from what is called skill-centered curriculum. For many years in Singapore in the early days, we used to focus our teaching on the skills. In language teaching will be things like grammar, reading, writing, speaking, listening, viewing. And it's all about teaching students to be fluent, to be proficient, to be accurate. But in recent days, our syllabus has shifted towards what is called a character-centric curriculum, where language skills, okay, are integrated with values and ethics. So it's no longer just about teaching skills, but it's also about how these skills can build character and ethics in our students. So this is an example of our current English language syllabus in Singapore for secondary students. And you can see that there are 3 learning outcomes. Okay, the 3 learning outcomes is for students to be empathetic communicators, to be discerning readers, and to be creative inquirers. So what do you notice about the outcomes? It's no longer about skills anymore. It's no longer about for them to speak accurately, for them to listen well, for them to read analytically. Now, it has shifted towards a character-centric curriculum where you see values embedded in the outcomes. So for example, it's no longer enough to just communicate well. They must communicate empathetically. It's no longer enough to read well. They must read with discernment. It's no longer enough to inquire. They also must be creative. So all these are values: empathy, discernment, creativity, inquiry. All these are values that have been infused and integrated into language teaching in Singapore. Okay, so now that I've covered the theoretical basis for why character and citizenship education and dispositions are important, I want to go now into how we can do this in the language classroom. Okay, so this will be a more practical segment. I'm going to give examples of how we can do this. Okay, since I'm in the literature department, I'm going to touch a lot on the use of stories because I think stories are so powerful. I use this acronym READ, okay, R-E-A-D. What does it mean to read? When we read, we are developing our relationships. Reading is relational because you form a bond with the people you read with as well as the characters in the story. Reading is also about empathy, because you learn to step into the shoes of another to see things from a different point of view. Reading is an adventure because it's a journey to a different world. And finally, reading is about strengthening discernment because when you read, you also apply certain analytical skills. And so you cultivate critical discernment. So I want to talk to you about the use of stories and narratives as a bridge to character development. And I want to suggest that literary texts are very powerful. They provide an immersive experience. They allow the reader to step into another world, to see and feel with another person. Now, in the rest of this segment, I'm going to use a lot of picture books, okay? Now, I just want to say that picture books are not just for preschool children, very young children. They can be used for young adults. They can be used for older children. I've also used it in my university classes because some picture books have very deep ethical, philosophical questions. It's especially useful if you are teaching a second language class and your students are introduced to a foreign language. Picture books are wonderful, okay? So don't just think that picture books are just for kids, okay? It can also be used for adult learners. It can also be used for older students. So take a look at this picture book called The Paper Boat by Salah. You can see it is about refugees and asylum seekers. So stories can be used to introduce students to global issues like asylum. And this story is about refugees escaping their country to another world. And what do you notice in this story? is that the refugees are represented as ants, and their boat is a paper boat. So we can ask students, why does the writer use ants and paper boats to describe this refugee experience? And on their journey, they face the hot sun and lightning, right? Perhaps it is to convey how scary the experience is, to the sense of fear and vulnerability, because like paper, it can fall very easily, it can break apart very easily, and this is what refugees face. So I use this as an example to show how literature and stories allow students to step into the shoes of another. They convey the emotions in very vivid ways. And this is a very important part of cultivating empathy in our students. So let's think about the use of stories in our classroom. And I want to give a framework to not just reading stories, but the ethical reading of stories. What does it mean to read stories ethically, to develop character? Okay, remember all this is about developing character and citizenship competencies. So the metaphor I want to use is the rocket. Okay, it has 3 stages. Step 1 is before the rocket takes off, we are at ground level. Ground level is the foundation. And this is where when we approach any story, we respond to the story and we start thinking about ethical questions. Stage 2 is where we take off, the rocket launches. And this is where the literary text can be a launch pad to ethical thinking and ethical questions. And finally, stage 3 is when the rocket goes to space. And this is where the literary text can open up and connect to other kinds of texts, okay, like non-fiction, news articles, okay, history, historical documents, documentaries. And it allows space for students to explore global issues and ethical issues in their world. This is the intertextual connections that they can make, okay? So let me go to each stage one by one to make this clearer. So stage 1, before we do any analysis, whenever students read any book, we start off with getting them to connect with the book personally, right? Don't introduce a story and say, analyze the character, analyze the language, where's the verbs, where are the pronouns? No, let students connect with the story personally. Ask them, what is the story about? What is striking about it? How does it make you feel? What do you notice? How do you relate to this story? And activate their prior knowledge. What do they know about this issue? What do they know about this culture, this race, this class or gender or other group? What do they know? Tap on their intuitive response, tap on their personal response. That's the first step. Now, after students have responded, we can go to the second stage. The second stage is where I'm going to focus a bit more on this, where we can get students to think about the ethical questions in the story. And I want to focus on 3 things that they can look at. What I call ethical borders, ethical critique, and ethical dilemmas. Let me go to each one, okay? The first is ethical borders. When you look at the text, ask them to pay attention to the layout. Ask them to pay attention to something called space. How is the space defined? And what are its symbolic implications in relation to things like justice and inequality? Okay, so some of the questions we can ask is, how is the difference between different groups established? Where are the borders that separate one group from another group? Where are the walls? Who has the power to create these walls? What are we trying to do? We are trying to develop this disposition, this character disposition called empathy. We want students to empathize with those who are different, those who are excluded or discriminated against. Okay, so let me use an example from this book called The Wall in the Middle of the Book by John Agee. And basically it's about this boy who is on the other side of the wall, and he says, this side of the wall is safe, the other side is very dangerous. Look at all these animals, they're also dangerous and risky. And then something happens. You notice that on his side of the wall, the water keeps rising and he's in danger. By the end of the book, the animals on the other side rescue him and he ends up on the other side with them. So this is just a very short story, but it's very useful as a starting point. We can ask students to think about walls and borders. What walls have been built in their community? Why were these walls built? Who built all these walls? What impressions have they formed about people on the other side? Right? And again, it is to get them to think about empathy, right? For other people who are excluded. How are people made to feel different from us? What are our bias and prejudices about people on the other side of the wall? So when you look at any book, think about how there are walls, there are borders that separate one group from another. This could be physical walls. It could also be symbolic walls, okay, like the language we use, right, to distinguish one group from another. Next, we can also get students to critique values in text, because character education is not just about teaching moral values. It's not just about teaching right and wrong, don't steal, don't lie. It's not just about that. It's also getting students to analyze values in text. Is this value good or bad? What is the value that the author promoting? What is the author promoting? Do you agree with this or not? This is called ethical critique. Now, this is a very famous diagram called the iceberg diagram. And basically in the iceberg diagram, when you look at any text, what we are seeing is the explicit meaning, the language, the style, the plot, the character, the setting. But underneath the text, which we don't see, that is invisible, is what is called implicit meaning. Every text has an implicit meaning that we don't see. It's invisible to the eye. These are the values, the motivations, the bias, the assumptions, the prejudices. And we need to get students to analyze the implicit meaning in text and even to critique it, to criticize and question it. Okay, because not all texts are neutral. Okay, texts have certain value systems that we can get students to critique. So the idea is to sensitize students to unconscious bias and assumptions. We can ask them, how is a particular race, class, or gender group depicted? Is this a fair representation or is it biased? What is the disposition we're trying to cultivate? It is the disposition of discernment. We want students to be discerning and not buy into everything that they read. We want them to critically question the underlying values in every text that they read. So let me give you an example. This example I like to use, which is the ugly duckling. If you look at all the books about the ugly duckling, you will notice something. The ugly duckling is often depicted in a darker color, whether it's gray or brown. And one of the questions we can ask is, why is the duckling ugly? Because he's brown and gray. Is there a bias in the text? Why is being brown or gray equated with ugliness? And why is beauty equated with whiteness? Because at the end of the story, the duckling turns into a white swan and he is regarded as beautiful. So this shows you that the story has already a bias, right? A bias towards a particular color, a particular race. Okay, so we can get students to be conscious of certain biases in text. And finally, we can also look at ethical dilemmas. Every text sets up a certain conflict or dilemma. We can sensitize students to how characters make ethical choices. When faced with a dilemma, what choices are presented and what does the character choose? We can ask them, what is the ethical conflict or dilemma in the text? What choices are made, and then what are the values the text promotes as a result of the character choosing a certain option? Why is this value important? So what is the disposition, the character disposition that we want to cultivate? It is perspective taking. By looking at different dilemmas, by using the story as a platform to discuss ethical dilemmas, students learn to debate different choices and the consequence of different choices. And so they learn to adopt multiple perspectives, which is a very important disposition in this global age. You must be able to see things from different perspectives. Okay, so this is another picture book from the story Not Quite Narwhal. It's about a unicorn who lives with a narwhal. He's adopted by the narwhal. Okay, And he realizes when he's young, he's not like them. He doesn't have a long task. He doesn't like the kind of food that they eat. And one day when he's exploring, he finds himself in a different land, the land of the unicorns. And he realizes that he's not a narwhal. He realizes he is actually a unicorn. Okay, and in the land of the unicorns, they teach him how to be a unicorn. But he misses his friends and his family, the narwhals that he grew up with. And so one day he swam back home and he told them, I'm actually a unicorn. And the narwhal said, we all knew that. Okay, that's his adopted family. As we get to the end of the book, he asks this question: where should he stay? Should he stay with his family, the narwhals, but he's not like them? Or should he go to this new group, the unicorns, that he's like? Now, this sounds like a very simple question, but actually it's a very complicated ethical dilemma, right? The story sets up the borders, as I mentioned just now, the ethical borders, two different groups. All right, two different groups that are different in terms of their behavior and their culture. And it asks the dilemma is this: should one remain with one's own group, or should one go with a group that is different, that one feels for? So this is the ethical dilemma, okay? And he resolves it at the end. So most stories contain such a dilemma that the author sets up. And each option is undesirable and equally conflicting. And this is where you can stop your lesson and get students to discuss what would they do. And the more important thing is their choices reflect their values. If they say go to the unicorn because he's a unicorn, then their values is that they could be very nationalistic, very patriotic, stay with your kind. Whereas if the other group says go with the group that he's grown up with, maybe this group is more humanistic, right? So always think about what are the values behind the choices that we make and get students to discuss, okay? Sometimes there's no right or wrong, but it's important that they see different perspectives, okay? So finally, the third stage is this intertextual connections. All right, after we have responded to a text and we have analyzed the ethical questions in the text, we are ready to take off and use the text as a starting point to even more expanded explorations, bring in other kinds of text, multimodal text, documentaries, historical text, and do what is called intertextual explorations, particularly around ethical issues and concerns about justice in the world. Okay, so the aim is to have students consider the ethical issues as well as the social historical context in the text. Every text has a context, and we can tap on this context to get students to think about the social historical context. This is especially important if you want to develop global citizens, then introduce other cultures of the world into your classroom. Introduce world literature, introduce stories from different parts of the world, and ask students, where is this taking place? What culture is this story depicting? What do we know about this culture? How is the text inviting us to empathize as well as judge the cultural practices of this culture? So the character disposition we are trying to develop is social global awareness. As we read stories from different parts of the world, the idea is to sensitize students to different cultures, different values, and expand their worldview. So this is another picture book called The Amazing Sarong by a Singapore author. And in our part of the world, we are very familiar with the sarong. But when I talk about this to Americans, they don't know what a sarong is, okay? So this book is very useful because the whole story is about how these children, they use the sarong in different ways. They use it as a hat to wear. They use it as a roof to give them shade. They use it as a bag. It's a very beautiful book. At the end of the day, they use it as a blanket. And so all the different uses of the sarong and how it's so personal to this culture. So after reading the book, the picture book is a launch pad to further research, further inquiry. Students can conduct research on the history of the sarong. Who invented this dress? Who wears them? Which culture wears them today? What are the different styles of the sarong? How has the style changed over time? Then look at this culture. What are the cultural practices and taboos of the culture? What are the dominant beliefs and value systems of the culture? So, let students have opportunities to do research together, to collaborate and find out about culture, about different cultures, okay? And use the picture book as a launch pad, as a starting point, okay, to further investigations. Okay, I think my time is almost up. So this is just a summary of a framework to ethical reading. As I mentioned, there are 3 stages. The first stage is just to respond to the text personally. Then the second stage is more analytical, where we look at ethical borders, ethical critique, ethical dilemmas. And the third stage is where we open the text and we link it to other kinds of texts, and we enable students to do research about social, historical, and cultural practices in other parts of the world. And this is a framework for ethical reading, which you can use in your language classroom. Let me end by explaining why this is important today. I go back to what I said at the beginning. We live in a hyper-globalized world. Our world is so connected now. But the more connected we are, the more we see wars, extremism, xenophobia, intolerance. Every country you go to, we face all this. And so more than ever now, we need to equip students with 21 CCs. The 4 C's, critical thinking, creative thinking, communication, collaboration, are important. But I would argue that they must ultimately lead to the development of character and citizenship dispositions. And there are 3 important character dispositions that as language teachers we must emphasize. The 3 are these: empathy, hospitality. Hospitality means being open to others. And third, a concern for justice. These are 3 important character dispositions that we need to empower and equip our students with. And as language teachers, we must go beyond the teaching of skills. We must go beyond language skills and try to infuse these character dispositions in our teaching. How can we do so? One way is the explicit teaching of ethics in language education. And today I've given you some ideas. I hope I've given you some ideas to try out in your own classes. I've suggested to use stories because stories are very open. It leaves room for dialogue. It is more interesting. And especially picture books, because they are so visual, it engages students. So use stories as a launch pad to discussing social and global issues. If something is happening today, like let's say the Ukraine war, maybe you want to introduce stories from Ukraine into your classroom, right? Instead of bringing in news articles first, because news articles can be very factual. Bring in a story, a comic, a graphic novel from a Ukrainian writer so that students understand what is happening, what their culture is. So use it as a launch pad to discussing current issues in the world. Then equip students to analyze ethics and ethical issues in text. Okay, look at how borders are formed between groups. Look at how intolerance is created amongst characters in a group. Okay, look at what are the value systems and beliefs in that culture. And finally, third, provide opportunities for students to do inquiry projects. So teaching shouldn't be I'm the teacher just teaching the language skills. We also need to give students the opportunity to apply these skills in research. Go find out about the culture, go research about this with other groups. And this could even lead to activism, where students think about real world problems and solutions to some of these real world problems. Okay, years ago, there was, I observed a class that was on human rights. At the end of the unit, the students worked in groups to identify a group in their own country that suffered and that was discriminated against. So could be migrant workers, it could be foreign domestic workers, it could be Aboriginal natives in their country. And they represented this group. They worked together to research about the group. And at the end of the whole unit, they had a forum where each group stood up to defend the rights of that group. And this was in a language class. And it was very powerful because it wasn't just about skills. It was students applying their skills of, reading, critical reading, writing, speech, to defend the rights of others in the world. So I want to end by saying that language is not just about communication. It's not just about fluency, accuracy, precision. These are important, but above all, language is a bridge. It's a bridge between different worlds. Language is also a bridge between ourselves and other people, especially people who are different. And to quote the philosopher Emmanuel Levinas, the essence of language is friendship and hospitality. And we need to help students understand that language is a very powerful tool that they can use to change their world, to make it a more tolerant place, a more empathetic place. And it starts in our language classrooms, where we equip students with ethical sensibilities. We equip them with global consciousness and with empathy and perspective taking. Only in this way can the future be a more peaceful and hospitable one. Thank you so much for your attention. If you are interested in further reading, this is a book I published last year called Teaching Ethics Through Literature. And if you are interested in videos and more of my research, you can visit my website, suzannechu.com. Thank you once again, and I look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Professor Chu, for the very insightful presentation. The many praises that you received in the chat box really demonstrate that the presentation is really insightful. Okay, so we learned from your presentation that to develop global citizen, we need to address this character and citizenship, and they're actually the goals of education. I really like the house metaphor that you used to visualize the relationship between the aspects of the 6 C's. The 4 C's as the pillars, whereas the character is the foundation of the house, and the citizenship as the roof. That really highlights the priority of character and citizenship. I also like the Anne's paper book that you showed to us, and the literary texts. They're really powerful in operationalizing the idea of these 6 C's. And I do agree with you that these stories, these literary texts can serve as a launch pad to question about ethics, values, and dilemmas. And I think, yes, you're right that we need to go beyond language skills and textual analysis into something deeper, metatextual and intertextual analysis. We have around 30 minutes of question and answer session with our keynote speaker. So for our webinar participants, please submit your questions through the link that has been shared in the chat box. And I think the committee can display the question one by one, or we could actually select the questions to be discussed. Right now, I think, yeah, okay. So we've got the first question from Ida Bagus Gede Nova Winarta. She's a student in Denpasar University, Indonesia. The question is, why are the character of the students very fundamental to reach the goal of education? This is good.
Yeah, good question. Maybe I'll tell you a story, okay? I think some years ago, I met this very well-known superintendent of a US school district. And I asked him what is his vision for the school district. And he said his vision is to have his students become critical and creative thinkers. And that was very good. And he said that they're investing a lot of money in resources into developing curriculum that will enable their students to be critical and creative thinkers. So at that particular time in the US, there was this incident that happened at the same time. A terrorist brought a bomb, put it in his hands or his shoes, and brought it onto a plane. And his intention was to blow up the plane, but he got caught, okay? Now, so I told the superintendent this. I said, don't you think that terrorist, was critical and creative? Because nobody else at that time thought of bringing a bomb onto the plane. So if you say that your mission is just about developing critical and creative thinkers, then the question is what happens if they use it wrongly? What if they use it for immoral reasons? What if they use it to kill people? Okay, so for me, I see critical creative thinking as what I call instruments. They are tools, but they are not the end goal. If they are tools, means they are used for something. And what are they supposed to be used for? They must be used for ethical reasons. Because if we don't teach character and we don't prioritize it in our classroom, then you might have students who use these tools, critical creative thinking, problem solving skills, and they may use it someday for the wrong reasons. Okay, so this idea of character development as central to education, okay, goes all the way back. If you look at ancient philosophers, and I mean, I've read a lot on, my work right now is actually on Confucianism. So for example, Confucius, right? When he talks about the goal of education and all that, it's always about character. And the word that he uses is this word called ren, which is the goal of life is actually to develop this love, this concern for other people, right? And if you don't have this concern, then everything else is meaningless. Everything else that we do, no matter how successful we are, if we don't have that basic concern for another person, then we are not really human beings. We are not humanistic. Yeah. So that's why I think that character is foundational to what we do. How can we do this in our language classrooms? Because as language teachers, we are very absorbed, right, in all the skills. We got high stakes assessment. We got all these tests where it's about comprehension. I know because we are in Singapore and testing happens all the time. Okay. But how can we do this as language teachers? One is by being very conscious that we can teach character. Number one is by the text choice that you use. The text that you use for your comprehension, for your composition, the questions that you ask students to write in their composition. Now, these can be ethical questions, right? So for example, I work with teachers in Singapore schools, and we've been designing units, English language units around global issues. We've designed a whole unit around inequality. So the news articles students read, the poems, the short stories are all about inequality in society. They are still learning the grammar, they're still learning the reading, the comprehension, they're still learning the writing skills. But the thing is, the text that we use allow them to discuss these issues in addition to learning the language skills. So think carefully about the text that you use in the classroom. Can you introduce texts that have certain current relevance, okay, to what's happening in the world, global issues, social issues, and so on? Thank you.
Yes.
Great question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Chu. Yeah, I think I do agree with you. And if you go back to a very classic literature in philosophy of education, like, for example, Charlotte Mason would say that, yes, like what you say, critical thinking and creativity, they're just merely tools, whereas citizenship as well as characters are the direction of the education itself. Yeah, so thank you very much for the first question. That's really great. Now we move on to the second question from Chamkea Fin. I hope I spell your name right, from Cambodia. She's got, or he's got 3 questions. How would you define the term character in the 6 Cs? And then the second question, maybe our world or region's future preferred citizenship. What may be our world region's future preferred citizenship? And then number 3, what were the processes of concluding 4 Cs to 6 Cs and who were involved in the process? Okay,
wow.
So this is much more like a bigger framework on how to operationalize this. Is it only teacher or the whole educational stakeholders? Professor Chu.
Yeah, very interesting questions. I may not be able to answer all your questions, but I will try, and feel free to jump in and give your own opinions as well, or you can also type in the chat. Okay. The first question is, what is character? I think that's a very good question. In fact, I'm involved in a project now in Singapore where we are doing a extensive lit review on this definition of character. Okay, but I want to maybe kind of narrow it down and be a bit more specific. Okay, how I see character. Character is tied to this other term. I'm going to introduce another term right now. This term is actually very popular right now in education research. Okay, this word called virtue. Virtue is part of this branch of ethics. Now, character is tied to virtue. And what is virtue? Virtue refers to habitual dispositions. Habitual dispositions means that dispositions that you embody over the long term. It is not something you just learn and then you practice today and forget tomorrow. It's something that you acquire over time and that you practice continuously such that you embody those habits. Okay. This you can read up about this idea of virtue ethics, and it goes back to Aristotle, it goes back to Confucius, a lot of the classic philosophers. Is a very old concept. So character has to do with the virtue, the long-term habits that you embody as a person. And this is acquired over the long term. Now, very interesting is that many of these philosophers would argue that education is very influential. As teachers, we play a very important role in inculcating these habits, okay, from a young age all the way to adulthood. And we also provide the opportunities for students to practice these character dispositions or virtues over time. So this is something that is what I define character as. Character basically are the virtues or the long-term character habits that we embody as a person, and that is crucial to who we are and our identity. One area of my current research has to do with something I call dispositional routines. This has to do with what are the classroom routines that you as teachers do that helps to form character habits. Okay, so I will just give you an example that I've written about recently. I observed this teacher in a class, and every time she would pause in her teaching and she would get students to share. She would ask a question and she would get other students to share. Now, what's very interesting is that when other students shared, she will get the other students who are listening to write down in their notebook what their friends were listening to. And she made this a habit. That means it happened regularly in the class. So I asked her in an interview why she does that. And she says she wants to cultivate the habit of listening. She wants the students in the class to listen not just to the teacher, but to also listen to their friends and to take the opinions of their friends seriously. And because this is practiced over time, this becomes a habit. Students learn to listen and to respect the views of other people, not just the teacher, but also the views of their peers. Okay, this is what I call a dispositional routine. And these dispositional routines are important because they form the character of a student over time. If they are practiced over and over again, you begin to embody that character. You learn later on in life that you should also listen to people take them seriously and respectfully. All right, so I think that character is very important because, you know, we can inculcate certain dispositions as teachers through the routines that we continually reinforce in our classroom. Okay, I've forgotten what the second question is actually.
The committee, can you please redisplay the question again? I also forgot the second, but I remembered the third. Yeah, what may be our roles, origins, future preferred citizenship?
Okay. You notice that the later second part of my slides, I actually use the term. Sorry, I'm not seeing the video. Okay, never mind. I actually use the term character rather than citizenship. I feel that citizenship has a more political. Okay. Maybe another way, a more helpful way of thinking about this is character is something you internalize. Citizenship is something you express. Okay? Character is something you internalize, meaning your habits, your identity, okay, that you internalize your being, who you are. And that's why I say it's foundational, something that you internalize from a young age to adulthood. Citizenship is something that you express outwardly in relation to other people. And it has to do with your political views. It has to do with your involvement in social issues. It has to do with how you relate in society to people in your society. So that's how I think of the difference between character and citizenship. But they are interconnected. Okay, so character is internalized, citizenship is expressed. Now, the second thing I want to say is that what is the ideal citizenship? I don't know whether there's such a thing as an ideal citizenship. But what I can tell you is the research on global citizenship right now, I would say encompasses knowledge, dispositions, okay, and skills. So the global citizen must have knowledge of the world, must have knowledge of what is happening in the world, current affairs, must have basically knowledge also of local issues and how local issues are influenced by global trends. Okay, so that's knowledge. Skills. The global citizen must also have certain skills, and this is the skills of critical thinking. You must be able to discern, because social media and all that, we are bombarded by information all the time. We need to be able to discern truth and falsehood. We need to discern, what I showed you just now, what are the assumptions and the bias in text. Okay, and dispositions, global dispositions. We need to have the three important dispositions I highlighted just now: empathy, hospitality, and a concern for justice. Yeah, so to me, the ideal citizen, if there's such a word as ideal, the ideal citizen is the global citizen that has the knowledge, the skills, and the dispositions of a global citizen. Okay. And finally, the last question, I can't remember, but it's to do with the process of the 4 C's to the 6 C's. Okay, this is, I think it's a complicated thing, but I would say that in the last, maybe the 2010 onwards, there has been a greater recognition that soft skills are very important now. And I think OECD, UNESCO, you look at their policy documents, they have been talking about the importance of soft skills, interpersonal and intrapersonal skills. And from there, I think there was this shift towards values and character. In Singapore, over the last few years, in fact, we have just refreshed our character and citizenship education syllabus. And now the trend now is a huge emphasis on teaching values to our students. And it's not just character and citizenship or social studies teachers. All teachers in Singapore schools have to teach values, have to embed values in their lessons, including language teachers. Okay, they have to design curriculum where they get students to discuss social and global issues. And they will also have to design lessons where they infuse character dispositions into their teaching. So this is the movement right now. And I think it's a good one, because I think we, as I mentioned just now, in a globally diverse world, you cannot just have skills. You must also have the right disposition, because our students are going to work in places that have different races, different cultures, different religions. They must learn to live in such a world. Okay? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Chu. It's really well said. Okay, we still have around 12 minutes, so we've got another question, question 3. Yeah, from MTS Al-Muhtadi, Indonesia. So it's a madrasah. It's Mr. Sari or Mrs. Sari. Is there a place for spirituality in the 21st century skills? In my humble opinion, people who engage in spirituality usually display more stable and calm emotions in their day-to-day life. Yeah. So maybe spirituality as character, Professor Chu.
Yeah, I really like that question. I don't think enough has been said about spirituality. And I like that you use spirituality rather than religion. Right? Because I think spirituality is a more open word, a more inclusive word, because people can be spiritual in many different ways. I think one thing about global citizenship education is this emphasis on hospitality. Let me talk about this word hospitality. The philosopher Jacques Derrida, a very well-known philosopher, he said this statement, okay? He said ethics is coextensive, meaning ethics is related, closely related to hospitality. Meaning that if you are not a hospitable person, you are also not an ethical person. Ethics and hospitality are interconnected. So what is hospitality? Hospitality is an openness to others and others who are different. And so when we talk about spirituality, we must always keep in mind that it also needs to be a kind of hospitable spirituality, an openness to people who might have different beliefs. Your spirituality and mine might be different. And so it must be accommodating, because the problem right now in our world is that religion has more than anything else torn people apart. Okay, if you look at what's happening in many countries, it is often religion that divides people and communities. And it may not specifically deal with religion. I'll just give you an example. In Singapore right now, I think the major division right now is this issue of LGBT, okay? But if we look at LGBT, the groups that are most divisive has to do with the religious groups versus the liberal groups. Yeah, so the question is, and it's a very complicated issue because there are people who have arguments on different sides, okay? Yeah, but the point I want to highlight is that how do we live in a world where people have different views, and people who are religious can also lead to divisions between people who are liberal and people who are not liberal? How do we live in a secular world that is also multicultural, that is also globally inclusive? And how do spiritual people take into account that there might be different spiritualities? So that I think will be the challenge. But I would say it's something that hasn't really been included in the 21cc framework, but I think it's also very important. Because at the end of the day, spirituality is also about transcending the material world that we live in, the systems and the politics, and recognizing that we are a species in a larger universe, okay? And there is the infinite, there is God that we are also accountable to.
Yeah, and I think spirituality is not just merely a cosmopolitan value, but it's just beyond the cosmos itself.
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Well said, Professor Chiu. Now we move on to the 4 questions. We aim to discuss 5 questions. The committee would like to have more questions discussed as much as possible. Now we've got a question from Maria Ibrahim from the Teacher Education Institute, Malaysia. Do you have any experience of dealing with the topics of LGBT? We have students in schools whose parents are made up of 2 moms or 2 dads. It's a very tricky situation since this is still a taboo subject, especially in Asia, I guess.
Yes,
Professor.
I agree that it's a taboo. Even though Singapore is a global city, we are still quite conservative as a society. So to be very honest, I've spoken to teachers about these issues before, and I would say that generally our teachers are not comfortable discussing LGBT. Okay, but times are changing, I would say, also in Singapore. Our government emphasizes the mainstream views. Okay, the mainstream views is that the family is the unit of society. The heterosexual family is the main unit of society. But why I say there has been a change over the last couple of years is that the government has also realized that LGBT groups have been discriminated against and have been persecuted. There have been instances of bullying in our schools. So because of this, there is a greater awareness now. Now, what I want to propose to everybody, and you may not agree with this, but I want to propose that when it comes to LGBT, I would go back to the use of stories, okay? Because the reason is that if you use a news article or even scientific document, it can be very divisive and it can be very factual. It can be divisive and it can be very it can polarize groups. Now, if you use stories, for example, the point is that you get students to understand maybe the experiences of people who are bullied, you know, and it may not be just be LGBT, it may be people who are adopted, you know, adopted families from single parent homes, from poor families. There are many picture books that are on this. The idea is to get them to empathize with individuals who go through these experiences, to not judge them, second thing, and to third of all, to, I guess, promote multiple perspectives, that there are these different groups in society. We shouldn't discriminate them. We shouldn't bully them. We can still reinforce your mainstream views about the family as the unit, but also make students aware that there are different groups. And as a global citizen, empathy is important. We recognize and we are aware that there are different groups, and we do not persecute people. We do not bully people because they are different from us. So that, I think, is an important, that is a very useful tool, to use picture books, to use stories in order to expand students' worldview, in order to develop empathy in your students. Yeah. If anyone has any other views, please feel free to share as well.
I do agree with you, Professor Chu. They said that stories touch the heart and news item touch the mind. So it's more on the cognition, they said.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Now we move on to question number 4, yes. And then we move on to question number 5, yes. From Muji Budi Lestari, SMP Negeri 3 Bonto, Nompo, Indonesia. I found several different acronyms of 6C. Some of them include collaborative, communicative, critical thinking, creative, compassionate, and computational thinking. Sometimes it makes us confused because each term has different indicators. So how can we deal with this? Maybe a more reputable reference, or literature that we can use as a major reference for this, for the acronyms.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I agree. So first I want to say is that the 6 C's is just a starting point. There are more than these 6 C's, okay? It's just something that is useful for people to remember. Now, first I want to say that if you remember my talk, I talked about phase 1 and phase 2 of the 21cc movement. So I've done a lot of research on the 21cc frameworks, okay? The most influential ones globally, the more influential ones have been the P21, Partnership for 21st Century Skills, OECD, World Economic Forum. These are the 3 that I showed you just now. They have been influential worldwide, especially the OECD ones. Now, what I want to say is that common in all the frameworks, and I was in an organization that also developed a framework. Now, what is common in all is definitely critical and creative thinking. Okay, that one you will find in every framework, critical and creative thinking. Now, the other C's may change. Okay, some of them have collaboration, some of them have computational thinking, some of them have digital literacy, some of them have technology, some of them have whatever. So you don't need to limit yourself. Okay, so I would say definitely critical and creative thinking are all the frameworks. The others, collaboration, communication, are also in the World Economic Forum's framework. But not so much. The OECD one emphasizes technology more. So different frameworks have different emphasis. Okay, so I would say phase 1, critical and creative thinking, definitely, but you are welcome to add on your own other competencies. In phase 2, I would say not every framework uses the word character and citizenship, but you will see terms like global citizenship or civic literacy. Okay, they all mean around the same thing, the idea of citizenship and a global idea of citizenship. Okay, again, you may not see the word character, but you might see the word, like in the Singapore's framework, social emotional competencies or values. Okay, so they may use different terms. So at the end of the day, I mean, one of the things you can do, is to your school and your community can come up with your own kind of lingo. Okay. As long as you have the concepts correct, the concepts which will be critical thinking, creative thinking, character or values, okay, citizenship. If you have these components, I think these are the main ones. Okay, but again, this is not limited. Okay, there are more competencies than all this that you can also include. And again, it depends on your university or your school. What is it that your school is emphasizing? If you are a technology school, then maybe you want to include multiliteracies, because that's also another big competency that students need to have. Okay, if you are a religious school, then maybe values is the competency that you want to emphasize more. So it depends on the context that you are in, but I would say, yeah, as I mentioned just now, the critical thinking, creative thinking, character, values, citizenship, those are the ones that you see common in the dominant frameworks today by OECD, World Economic Forum, UNESCO.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Chu. It's a big applause for your presentation.
Thank you so
and
much.
Unfortunately, we're running out of time for the session because we have to move to the next session. So
Yes.
thank you very much again for the very insightful presentation. We look forward to reading and listening to your more work and research.
Thank you, everybody,
thank you, Professor
and
Chu.
have a great day today. Thank you.
You too. Thank you. Okay, now we're coming into the second plenary session, that is the best practice sharing by language teachers. And our first teacher is Ibu Ismi Fajarsi. Ibu Ismi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Ibu?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Very clear.
Okay, so Ibu Ismi Fajarsi is an English teacher at SMA Negeri 1 Kasihan, Yogyakarta, Indonesia since 2002. Ibu Ismi is a teacher practitioner and facilitator at Guru Penggerak. It's an educational movement made by the Ministry of Education and Culture. And she is also the head for the Friendship Force Chapter Yogyakarta. It's a non-profit organization that aims to create world peace through friends visits that is based on home hosting. So without any further ado, Ibu Ismi, the stage is yours.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Zulfa. Am I audible?
Yes, Ibu.
Okay, sorry for my voice because when I got sore throat for the 2 days. Well, good morning, everyone. Peace to all of us. I'm Ismi Fajarsi, teacher in SMA 1 Kasihan Bantul, Yogyakarta, one of the public school, senior public school in Bantul, daerah istimewa Yogyakarta. Thanks to SEAQIL for conducting this webinar, as well as inviting me to share what I have been doing in my classes with my students. On this great opportunity, I would like to share the implementations of the 6 C's. They are communication, collaboration, creativity and innovation, critical thinking and problem solving. And the last 2 is character and citizenship in my class. Next slide, please. Well, in my opinion, the 6 C's are in line with the 6 C's of profile Pancasila that should be owned by our students. Once we integrate the 6, it means that we have already accommodated or already facilitated our students to have the 6 profile of Pancasila. And today I'm going to inform about the characteristic of my students, the choices of learning design, the starter, the learning activities, the benefit of the design, and the challenge of implementing the design and some alternative solution, and sample of documentation as a proof. Next slide, please. Well, everyone, before I share my experience, let me inform my students. For years, the characteristic of my students are about the same. So I'm not sure whether it is readable or not, but let's just focus on the 4 highest point in my non-diagnostic test to my students, they they have a problem in English dealing with the highest problem is on grammar, and then the next is on what's that? I cannot see very clear. Is on let me see mine, and the forces, and it lead wait a minute, because I cannot read the slides. And okay. And also regarding the internet connection and the gadget, my students have no problem. So that's why it led me to still using next slide, please. And it leads me to my decision still using the technique of blended learning with the flipped learning basis. So, ladies and gentlemen, I actually have maximized the LMS since 2010. But at that time, I just used this LMS to facilitate my student learning English without any limitation of space and time. But during pandemic, and this is all the LMS that I have ever used. But before or during pandemic, I moved to another LMS. The first one is JB Class. So JB Class is the LMS provided by our local government, our Pemda, our Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta. But because due to some disadvantages, then I moved to the Google Classroom. And then during the pandemic, I used this LMS not only facilitate my students to learning English without any limitation of space and time, but I use this to to post, to develop or to improve our students' reading and and listening. So their receptive skills. While in the conventional class, I more focus on their productive skill. And here, my three favorite strategies or method that I implement when I teach some caddies or when I in using my classes. And this is the medias that I often use to my student. In LMS or in Google Classroom, I put the tag in the form of video, or the video I created by myself. If the material need to be explained more detail, I create the video by myself. But if there are some videos that covers the student understanding about the material, I take the video, something like the video from the Bahasa or another representative video from other learning resources. And also, I also put in the form of PowerPoint presentation for the written text. And I also provide my student with the learning resources, because I'm afraid if I do not provide with the learning resources, they just take the material from the internet. We know that in the internet, there are so many private blogs that, well, maybe my students have a risk to take not the proper materials. I also put a book like Professor Chu explained to us, for my students to have extensive reading dealing with my materials. And then because, as I said before, I use the flipped learning, I inform how our learning activities will run. So next slide, please. Well, I call this other. In the very the first column is what I usually do on the first day of my English. And motivating my students, I just say that, for me, you during the lesson, for me, if you cannot communicate using English, is not a big problem. A big problem is when your character is not improved while you are learning with me. And in the after motivating students that now learning English is not only reaching a good score, but more about how you can if they just I say to my student, if you just need to have a good score, just let me know. How many score do you have? 9, 8? You don't need to bring anything. You just say your name, and then I will record your name, and then you will got the score at the end of the semester, and you will have that for your book report. Well, just like any word from me to motivate my students that learning English is not about the score. More about that is about the character, because I really concerns of these C's. And informing stages, I inform my student how we will run our learning. Like, let's say if you if there is one speaking in front of you, you have to listen. Why? Because in listening, there are at least 2 points. The first one is there is a learning process, and then the second one is you appreciate others. And also that we have to, I like having ask my students to have a positive habituation, like always greeting, mentioning their name, stating their point, thanking and excusing, because I find some students have not that habituation when they come to the school, to the room, the teacher's room, and when they want to find teachers, like just, where is the Bahasa Indonesia teachers desk, something like that. So that's why it is my concern to make them aware that this positive habituation is very important, more important than English itself. And then, well, I cannot see the slide. And, well, reflecting. And yes, I like this activity because when I just ask my students, so what is a positive side of yours and what is the negative side of yours? So this lead to my, lead to my, I inform my students, yes, you know the problem in English, but you stop in knowing that you have a problem in grammatical, you have a problem in, expressing using your mouth. So if you just stop in knowing that you have a problem in grammatical and pronunciation or in other points, it means that you haven't yet do the critical thinking. But when you know you have a problem in vocabulary, then what should I do dealing with my problem? That's the practice, the example of practice of practicing critical thinking. And well, just this is on the first day. So just reflecting what is good with my student and what is bad, so they can aware to improve the bad side. And then another important activities on the first day is creating class agreement. Why I put this to develop my student character and citizenship? Because in this point, I ask my 2 or 3 students to lead the class, to have the class agreement. And because in my opinion, when students have an experience to be part of community, and they know the values, and then they will decide which values that are good, have an impact to be a better community and have an impact to society. And in this class agreement, there are so many ideas comes up from my students. And well, let's say there is a students who propose that we have to speak English for the first 45 minutes. Well, of course, this idea get no agreement from most of the class, or some points that students propose some ideas, but some another a part of students disagree with that. So that there is a changing idea and appreciating, and even there is a class who have proposed something that I do not imagine that they have that kinds of idea. And then the last things that on the first day I usually do is giving them the diagnostic and the cognitive diagnostic test and non-cognitive diagnostic test. And this is for the first day. And for the next, based on the result of my enquete questionnaire, that they have a problem with grammar. So I give them, my students, the role of auxiliary verb. Why I give this to my student? Because based on my experience, when I was in year 12, my teacher gave this role of auxiliary verb, and then I realized that, oh yeah, that's English for. And then I also do the same for my student. That's English is only about auxiliary verb. So it refers to when English, what is the differences between Indonesian, Bahasa Indonesian, and Bahasa Inggris. So it's about continuous or akan, telah, or sedang. Sedang means that if we want to express something happen, we use verb or something like it. It's a very simple and practical. Then so far, my student then feel okay or feel helpful, and then they do not they say that they are not thinking about the grammatical anymore. Next slide, please. Okay, I cannot see the slide. Could you commit the okay.
Excuse me, Bu Ismi, you have around 4 minutes
okay.
to wrap up. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Oh yeah. And this slide, well, I will be quick. And well, and in the first round, I mean, when I start my classes, I always try to greet my student how their conditions are, and to make my student comfort. And then I also check the students' readiness, whether I say, could you please check your leader, and could you please stand up who thinks that you are not proper today. And also I give reminding my student about what today's activity. Next slide, please. Maybe we will run, and this is as the activity in our conventional class. In unconventional class, I just more focus on productive skills, and this is like the activity that I usually do with my students. And with these activities, I think that I can I can facilitate my students to have that kind of C's. And this is like in the first step, why I put this class as a students develop their student citizenship, because in this activity they again they want one student or 5 students lead the another student, and they responsible for the community. And also I sometimes create their virtual field trip because on this from this activity, then we will have a question like what Professor Chu designed, and also song as having song as developing my students' citizenship. Next slide, please. And the other learning and teaching process is just like what's that? The normal activities, but what make difference is we take our activities by involving our students, not only about the content of the text, but what are behind the text. Next slide, please. And yes, this is just another phase of genre base. Next slide, please. So I have to run. And well, also this is just like another activities in joint construction. Next slide, please. Okay, so this that is what I say that developing our students' our student character is not the short-term goal, but it is a long-term goal. By giving them a positive habituation, I'm sure that students then can have a character of appreciating, characters of respecting others and something like that. If their characters are good, it usually also good in others' point. So that's why I do agree with Professor Chu that we have put character and citizenship on the basis of our students. Next, please. And this is the benefit, and I'm sure that everyone here are aware of this benefit. Next, please. Okay, this is the things that to be considered when we apply this design. Next, please. Okay, this is just I show you. Oh no, next, please. Oh yeah. This is what I over to the teacher when we want to implement the design. Next, please. And I think this is just the proof that this character of greeting, mentioning the main, thanking, excusing, and have my students have though they are not my student anymore, from these students and their family, because I also put this this program, I communicate the program to the family, because without the support from the family, the program will not work maximally. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this is just a proof, the result of why I implement character. Next, please. Yeah, this is just the activity of my student. Next, please. Yeah, this is when they do perform their activities after collaboration with other students. Next, please. This is with the school uniform. Yeah, this is the result of class agreement. So every class has different agreement, and how they manage their class, and how the class has finally got this kind of agreement is really really nice, because noticing that my students have that kinds of character, that kind of commitment to be better and better and better. Well, next, please. This is the class agreement that a long time ago I created by my own, but not now anymore. Now I let my students to have a class agreement, so it means that by doing so, the student have a commitment to do the the English, and this is how I motivate my students to have an English. So for being able to communicate using English, you just need to be brave. That's next, please. And this is just the result after I do in the end of my learning activities. Next, please. Yeah, this is also the result. Next. Yeah, I think the rest is just a proof that what I have been doing with my students have a positive impact to my students, especially on their character and citizenship. But if the both two C's already owned by the students, they generally their English is also good. So, well, I think that's all, Miss Zulfa. I think the time is running out.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ibu Ismi, for the best practice sharing. Bu Ismi has provided us with some empirical examples of how to apply 6Cs in the English classroom. And as what Professor Chu mentions that relates to Bu Ismi presentation is that building students' character is a long-term project that can be done through positive habituation. Thank you very much, Ibu Ismi. And now we're moving into the second teacher, that is Ibu Siti Zakiah. Can you hear me, Ibu Zakiah?
Yes, of course, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay.
And how about me?
You're audible.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
So let me introduce to all of you Ibu Siti Zakiah. She is a Mandarin teacher at SMK Negeri 2 Tebing Tinggi, North Sumatra, Indonesia, since 2008. She completed her master's degree on educational administration through the Ministry of Education Scholarship in 2017. And Ibu Zakiah is a debate coach of Mandarin debate competition for her students. She is also the winner of the Most Outstanding Teacher in North Sumatra region in 2018. And currently she serves as instructor of CMO Siamilect, and she also was the best presenter in CMO Kitab ASOFOL in 2020. And there are so many other achievements that I cannot read one by one. So without any further ado, let's call upon Ibu Siti Zakiah from North Sumatra.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Miss Zulfa Zakiah, for the place for me. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much for Semio Kitab and Language for giving me this opportunity. And then today I would like to share what I have done. It's about my best practice in Mandarin class. So yes, we can start by sharing the screen. Yes. So my best practice here today entitled Development of 6C Skills through Mandarin Digital Comic Multimedia Project based on Pancasila student profiles. So I would like to share about this, what I have done with my students in my class next. Here, shorten about me, which has been read by Miss Zulfa, and then next. Okay, well, here we go. About the learning identity, I wrote in these presentations are about, I taught these material of Mandarin in 11 software engineering vocational high school, because our focus on our school is about technology. So I placed these best practice in their class in 11th grade, software and engineering, just one class for this best practice. And then the learning materials is about oral and written transactional interaction text in the form of exposures or simple dialogues about everyday life, which is I connected it with the theme Pancasila student profiles. And then the learning objectives, in general, I choose this about PACE F, which is Curriculum Merdeka. For the 11th grade, it has about PACE F. Students have the ability to communicate with interactional and transactional text, both oral and written, by paying attention to social functions, text structures, linguistic elements, and cross-cultural knowledge according to the context of their use. Here, students apply vocabulary and grammatical structures to express their ideas orally and in writing in a variety of simple utterances through listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills. Equivalence to HSK1 or CEFR A1. So here, same with elements. So I found here about listening, speaking, reading, and also writing. The learning mode here, I made it by offline class. So we did it in class in school. About the student characteristics itself, before going to start our learning in our class, I made them to feel like an Aku Pintar applications to find out about their characteristics. So I found 38% they are visual, 23% auditory, and 50% kinesthetic. I made them in 36 students. Next. So we go on to this teaching learning process. Next. Okay. The pre-activity here, I'm sure that all the teachers, Indonesian teachers, do like this. So we do starting from greeting students, and then I made this sing the national anthem. I realized that this way, sing national anthem can also strengthen their character and also citizenship. Students forget about the national anthem. So I started by my students to, after grading them, they sing this different kind of national anthem, and then check students' attendance, and also first, before starting, also give motivation and also appreciation. This is the most important thing also for our students. Next. Well, here, the WAS activity. Because this kind of project learning, so the project learning explanation is starting as the first. So I gave them explanations about the project learning that we will go on for about 3 weeks. So after that, I asked students to make a group of learning. So they created a group by their own, based on their closeness and also their ability, and then their readiness. And also the next, selection of Pancasila student profiles. Still on this. In selection of Pancasila student profiles, here, before students choose a team, I gave them a brainstorming first by telling a little story followed by acting. So I did acting in front of them in the class. Then they were asked to guess what the story was about. Then I mentioned about the profile of Pancasila students. Was the story just now included in the profile of Pancasila students or not? And I asked if they knew about the profile of Pancasila students or not. Some of them knew and some didn't. Next, I asked them to mention what is included in the profile of Pancasila students, and then starting from that, I was continued by choosing. It was continued by them to choose the theme of Pancasila student profiles. The process next to information gathering, dialogue scripting, and revision. So after they choose one of the theme of Pancasila student profiles, so in their groups, they collecting information about Pancasila student profile itself. So they dig more deeply about that before they make or create the dialogue scripting. So the project itself is about making the comic, as the title I have shared before. So the later they will create comics based on the material is about Mandarin, daily life, and then related to Pancasila student profiles. And then in processing of scripting dialogue, we did revision together. So in the class, I monitored their classes, and then I come into each groups and then see what they have done, and then we revise after all they do. And then the next, installing Comic Cartoon Maker on Android. Actually, I recommended one application they can use, but they can freely use another applications if it's more convenient to them. So here, what I recommended is Comics and Cartoon Maker. It's available on Google Play Store. And then the next step, we're taking photos and editing photos. Actually, in this bookcreator.com, we can make comics by using the cartoon inside of the book creator itself. But here, because I want them to strengthen their communication well and also collaboration, creativity, and then citizenship. So I made them to use their own photo, and then they will change the photo into comics images. So they do not design by using cartoon only, but only for the cover. For the comics itself, they use their photo, and then after that, and then this process was running outside the class, surroundings in the school area, not outside of the school, but inside the school, but in the environment. And then designing comics on the book creator, they would bring laptop here. After that, they after finishing their comics, they could analyze and evaluate comics. I will explain much more about this the next slide. Next. Okay, post activity here. After they made all the comics, and then they did evaluating, they did analyzing of the comics, they commenting. I did reflection. I made reflection by using Padlet, so they can fill the Padlet by their own. It's so interesting reflection from them that they really enjoyed the learning. They feel pride. They feel so like a cool, man. We can do making comic like this. We can share together. We can use Mandarin. Actually, they are really low level of Mandarin because just start really starting from zero. And then after that, when I did reflection with students, I provide positive feedback, of course, and appreciation to students. And the last is play and post-learning activities. Next. Well, the duration of the learning. I spent it 6 meetings in 3 weeks. So we just have 2 hours per meeting. So until the end, starting from the first until the end, we spent it 6 meetings in 3 weeks. Next. Okay, well, these are 6 skills developed in the learning. I can say that the 6 skills developed in this learning for all: character, citizenship, critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and innovation, communication and collaboration. And how those 6 skills developed, I will explain after this next slide. Okay, for the character and citizenship, we can see this. It's strengthened through project-based learning, because it's about project-based learning I made with them, with the theme of Pancasila student profile. So this is as the basic, which is the character and citizenship can be built. Students conveyed their understanding of the theme. They in their group were given the freedom to choose a theme which would be developed. And then here, the students acquired the basic strengthening of character and citizenship, because they have known already about the 6 students' Pancasila profiles, and then they dig much more information about that. Of course, they learned not only understanding, but also get more strengthened from this information. And then these 2 skills were also strengthened when students in their groups browse more information about the themes they have chosen. Then, and then through reading activity. So after the comics resulting, all the students get joined into the reading activity. They have to read the comics which all the groups has created. So after that, they can give in comments, and then they can give suggestions, and then evaluating. Right. Next. Critical thinking and problem solving. These skills were strengthened through the activity of developing themes into comic dialogue script, because it's not easy for them when they have chosen one theme. For example, have faith, and then they have to build it into a dialogue script. They have to create, they have to think what should be put into the text. They imagine how the scenes, like based on the script, and then at this stage, students in each group reasons to compose a dialogue according to the chosen theme in Indonesian language first, because it's impossible for them directly to use Mandarin language, because I say that they are really low level. So they started by using Indonesian language and then translated into Mandarin. Here, translating Indonesian into Mandarin, students practice translating simple sentences in everyday life. This is based on the material given. So they only know about the daily expressions actually. But when we learned about these things, they are trying to use another expressions that they haven't learned before. So make them to think more how they can translate it into Mandarin, and then learn words by word, sentence by sentence, like that. The next activity was in the step of analyzing and evaluating comics. Also, when I say that they have giving comments to each part of comics. Next.
Ibu Ismi, you have Ibu Zakia, you have around 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So creativity and innovation here, these skills were trained when taking photos. And I said that they are allowed to go outside of the class and taking photos to make the dialogue, and then they edit the photo, and then the process of designing comics, and they created the attractive multimedia digital comics. Next. Okay, this is the last, communication and collaborations. I can say that these skills were strengthened from the beginning of the project learning until its completion. So starting from the first until the end of the project, the students can get strengthened of these communications and collaborations, because they can communicate it with friends and also teacher at that project. Next. Okay, here. To foster students' skills, I can say that through this project, Mandarin Digital Comic Multimedia Project, based on Pancasila student profile, we can start to think about to do that. And then the next. Okay, things that teacher must prepare. Next. Here we go. Students' learning readiness. I think that it is really important. Student self-confidence, teacher ability. So this in teacher's ability means that not only asking them to make, but we have to have our ability to facilitate them. For example, when they make in book creator, I have given the tutorial, not only asking them, oh, okay, you make this, and then I let them to try by themselves. No, I train them, because give them tutorial first, and then they can do it together. Okay, next, the supporting facilities like laptop and also mobile. Next. Impacts and benefits. Okay, next. Okay, this is for teacher. We can read it together. Of course, it can be like this. And then the next for students. Nice. They enjoyed learning. They have good communications. They have nice collaboration, critical and creative improvement of Mandarin skills for skill, even though not really raising up so high, but they're increasing of that. Also pride and confidence for our teachers, our students. Sorry, next. Challenges and solution, next. Okay, device limitations here. In our class, not all the students have a laptop. So solution is in each group, only provide one laptop. It's can be. And then the sentence translation to Mandarin, it's also be the problem. So they are freely to choose which tools they can use in translating the Mandarin. And then app usage, the last is learning outside the classroom. This is also be a problem, because we have to monitor them in outside of the class, follow them when they take photos, when they did in outside the class, we have to monitor them. Okay, next. Well, this is the documentations when they scripting the dialogue. So they used their imaginations and then talk with other friends about the story that they will make the dialogue. And then next. These are the documentations when they took the photos, and then I took their documentations. So they moved to one place to many places in school area. Next. This is the process when they made or created the comics by using bookcreator.com in laptop, which has not all students have laptop, so they used only one in groups like that. Okay, next. Well, this is the result of their comics they have created. Only I just gave a flash of their project, their product. It's about the comics. When I say that I strengthened their 4 skills, because in these comics they use Hanzi, 就是汉字, the Mandarin character, and also pinyin, how to read it, pronounced in writing, and also they use their own sounds. They have to record how the way to read the text, and then put here. You can see here there is an icon of speaker. It's coming from their sounds, and then they use their own pictures that they have edited. They have edited to be comics, and then they also provide Indonesian dialogue at the end of the comic, so that the reader can understand about the comics like that. So there are 6 here, 6 title of comics. It's about the theme of student Pancasila profiles. Next. Okay, this is kind of another pictures. Next. Okay, that's all about my presentations. I really want to deliver much more, but time is really limit. So I give it back to Ms. Zulfa Sahia. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bu Zakia, for sharing with us your point on the digital comic multimedia project that you initiated with the students. It's really useful for the students to express their thoughts and to express that citizenship values. And I think this adds to the picture book that Professor Chu has demonstrated to us. Now we are going to the third presenter, the third teacher, that is Ibu Tri Hastuti. Ibu Tri, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, you're audible, but maybe a little bit louder, Ibu, later. Okay, but before that, let me introduce Ibu Tri Hastuti briefly. So Ibu Tri Hastuti is a French teacher since 2007 at SMA Negeri 1 Pasir Penyu, Indonesia, and she is currently serving as the Vice Headmaster of Curriculum Affairs in SMA Negeri 1 Pasir Penyu. She is also an assessor for the Guru Penggerak program at the Ministry of Education and Culture. Ibu Tri Hastuti has received her bachelor degree at Universitas Negeri Semarang in my university, so we were in the same faculty, Ibu, and pursued her master degree at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung, taking French education. She was the first winner of the Learning Innovation Competition at national level in 2018. So, Ibu Tri Hastuti, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Zulfa. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to meet you here. First of all, I would like to say thank you to SEAQIL, who has given me the opportunity to be here to share what I have done in implementing 21st century skills in teaching French language. For this presentation, I would like to share my best practice about the development of ASIC cooperative learning model based on 21st century skills, 6 Cs, in learning, writing French descriptive text. This learning model was implemented at senior high school, grade 10, And the learning materials is décrire les caractères physiques et non physiques d'une chose, or describe the characters of an object. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, next. Okay, next. Okay, and the learning objectives are through learning activities using the ASIC cooperative learning model based on the 21st century skills. It is expected that students are able to describe physical and non-physical characteristics of objects using French language at the DELF A1 level and have the 21st century skills, critical thinking, and problem solving, creativity and innovation, and then collaboration, communication, character, and citizenship. Next. Okay, the learning mode used in this learning is discussion, and then the characteristics of my students are, they are from multi-ethnic. Most students here are Malays, but there are also Javanese, Minangese, and Bataknese as well. Okay, because of their different tribes, of course, they also have different cultures. They also have different multi-social status. Most of them come from lower middle families. Okay, next. Okay, writing is one of the language competencies that must be mastered by students based on observation during the French learning process, as well as interviews with students. There are several difficulties for students in producing French sentences, including lack of French vocabularies they have, because they have just learned French for 2 months. And then different sentence structures between French and Indonesian, and then like knowledge of French language. Next, most students do not have critical thinking and problem solving. Most students also do not dare to express opinion or ask questions if they don't understand about the material. They also have lack of creativity and innovation in creating new things. Okay, next. To overcome the problems mentioned above, it is developed a corporative learning model named ASIC. ASIC is a corporative learning model developed in learning to write French descriptive text. The ASIC learning model has 4 syntax. The first one is amati or observe. Yeah, in this step, students observe the pictures, video, or something happen around them. And the second step is explorasi or explore. Yeah, in this step, students get more knowledge about what they have observed. It can be criticized or search from other sources. The next is kreasi or create. The students should create something. It can be object or sentences. And then komunikasi or communicate. Student can communicate what they think and feel as things they don't understand and explaining something. Okay, the 21st century skills 6 Cs can be developed in each of learning steps in this model. Next. Okay, as I said before, that this learning model was developed based on 21st century skills in each learning steps. Besides improving students' academic abilities, the implementation of this model can improve students' skills 6 Cs in order to prepare students to be able to compete professionally in the global world in the future. Nowadays, education is required to be able to prepare students to have 21st century skills, including critical thinking and problem solving, and then creativity and innovation, collaboration, communication, and characters and citizenship. Okay, next. Yeah, for more clear how to implement this model in teaching and learning process, the activities carried out in each syntax will be explained as follows. The first activity is pre-activity. Yeah, students greet the teacher and pray together. And then teacher checks student attendance. Together recall the class agreement. The next is the teacher creates a pleasant learning atmosphere. It can be motivation. And then question and answer related to competencies that have been learned. The next is the teacher conveys the competency and learning objectives that will be achieved in its benefit in daily life. The teacher delivers an outline of the scope of the material and activities can be carried out as well as conveys the scope and assessment technique to be used. This activity lasts approximately for 10 minutes. And the next activities or WISE activities, there are 4. Next slide. Okay, there are 4 steps in this activity. The first one is amati or observe. In this step, students observe 2 pictures displayed. It will last for 5 or 10 minutes. And the next step is explorasi or explore. Yeah, in this step, students mention the characteristics of objects in the picture using the French vocabularies they have learned. And then together understand the use of qualificative adjective. The next activity is a student asks things that have not been understood to the teacher. Okay, these activities last for 20 minutes. The next step is create or create. In this step, students are divided into 6 groups of 5 or 6 people. Each group discusses to determine who is the group leader, and then together choose the different types of object around the class. It can be inside or outside the class. And then each group discusses to determine what object will be created from the existing 2 types of object. The group leader gives instructions to his members to start according to their plan. These activities last for 20 minutes. Okay, next. The next step is komunikasi or communicate. After all groups have finished the object created according to the group plan, the group leader sends each member to visit other groups. And then representative of group members observe other groups' objects and ask questions about them. The group representative return to their respective groups and tell the other group's object and its characteristic to other group members. After that, each group discusses to make a description of their object in French language and then paste the results of the description beside the object. The next activity is each group discusses to analyze and criticize the description of their objects made by other group. Okay, and then each group reads out the results of the description and the improvement of their mistake. Okay, after these activities, teacher gives the feedback about the descriptive text made and the improvement sentences. Okay, the next activity is post activity. Okay, next post activity. In this activity, together make the conclusion of the material, and then together reflect on the learning that has been done. The next is evaluation using quizzes to measure students' understanding of the material that has just been studied. And then the teacher tells the material for the next meeting. This activity lasts for 10 to 15 minutes. The next. Okay. Based on the learning and teaching process above, there are some learning activities to foster students' 6C skill. The first skill is critical thinking and problem solving. We can see this skill from the activities below. The first one is when the picture displayed at the beginning, students are asked to mention the characteristics of the object in the picture so that it can stimulate students to think critically. The next activity is student analyze and criticize sentences made by other groups so that this improves students' ability to think critically. If they find an incorrect sentences, the students try to fix them. This is done to improve students' skill in critical thinking and problem solving. Okay, I'm sorry it's dark here because the electricity is off. Okay. The next skill is creativity and innovation. We can see this skill from the activities below. Yeah, the first one is by giving the freedom to choose freely to objects around the class. Students are given the freedom to be creative and innovative. Each group will get various objects according to their respective creativity. The next is by giving the widest opportunity for them to determine what objects they want to make. This can train them to be creative and innovative. In this activity, we can see as well the differentiated learning. Next. Okay, the next skill is communication. Students are trained in communication skills by the activities below. The first one is mention the characteristic of object displayed and ask the question, and then ask about other groups' object, and then explaining it to other group members, and then present the results of the group representatives' description of the object that have been made, as well as analyzing and explaining if there are improvements in the wrong sentences. The next skill is collaboration. We can see the skill from the activities below. Discuss in determining the group leader, and then discuss what object they want to make, and then work together in creating an object and making object description, and then collaborate in analyzing and descriptive text made by other group. The next skill is characters. There are some characters can be improved in these learning activities. The first one is leadership. Okay, all group members have the same opportunity to be a group leader. Each group leader gives the instructions to group members to make the desired object so that it can create a leadership spirit. The next character is discipline. Yeah, each group member is required to be disciplined in finishing his task on time. And after making an object, they must throw the garbage in its place. And then responsible. Yeah, group representatives are responsible to inform group members about the characteristics of other group's object, and group members must do the task given by group leader. And the last characters can be seen is confident. Yeah, being a group representative and read out the descriptive text in front of the class can improve the confidence of the students. Well, next. Okay, the last skill is citizenship. There are some citizenship skills can be improved in these learning activities. The first one is respect each other. Yeah, when conducting discussions, all students respect the difference of opinions, religions, ethnic, and social status. And then they have to be tolerant for friends of different ethnicities and religions. and then they want to group with anyone. Okay, the next citizenship is a mutual corporation. Yeah, we can see this citizenship from work together in searching two types of object needed, and then making an object and sentences, as well as the improvement of the wrong sentences. And the last is obey the rules. Each group member obeys the class agreement rules made in learning French and school rules. And then they also have to follow the group leader's instructions. Okay, next. After implementing of ASIC, a corporative learning model based on 21st century skills in learning French descriptive text, we can see that there are improvements of students' knowledge by giving them a pretest before the implementation and the process after the implementation. Pretest result is used to see their early ability in creating descriptive text, and the process is used to see the improvement of their ability in creating a descriptive text. Based on the test result, we can see that there is improvement between the pretest and the post-test. Before the implementation, no one who got the score above minimum completeness criteria or 0%. But after the implementation, there are 21 persons who got the score above minimum completeness criteria or 58%. Next. Okay, based on observation during the teaching learning process, some students are able to give the response about the picture displayed and criticize and improve the wrong sentences. And then most students give the contribution in choosing the objects needed and give the idea making an object. And then most students are active in discussion, making an object and making sentences. Some students are able to mention the characteristic of the object displayed, and then asking about what they don't understand. Most students are disciplined, confident, and responsible. Most students respect each other, tolerant, mutual cooperation, and obey the rule of the class agreement. Next. Okay, after implementing this model, we can get the benefits. The first one is almost all students are more active during learning process. Yeah, and then during the learning process, there are no students who are sleepy and bored. Because yeah.
I'm sorry, you have 2 more minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. And then this learning applies independent and differentiated learning by giving students the freedom to determine and choose what they want. Okay, and then this learning can stimulate students to think critically. Okay, the next slide. Okay, beside benefits, there are also the challenges occur during the implementation and the solution to solve them. The first challenge, a teacher must be able to allocate time appropriately so that all learning steps can be carried out properly. The second, not all students or group can manage time well, so teachers should remind the time left for each activity. And then there are some students who are not serious or disturb his friends, so teacher should walk around the class to make sure they will not do it. And then the teacher should not take note everything that occurred during learning process and make the reflection. Okay, next. To adapt this cooperative learning model, teachers should prepare the things below. The first one in knowing students' characteristic, and then prepare teaching medias like pictures, video, in focus, laptop, and dictionary. And then at the previous meeting, students have learned the use of être et avoir. And then prepare an observation sheet to see the implementation of 6 C's, skill in learning process, and then prepare a quiz in quizzes application, and then pre-test and post-test question. And then next. Okay, the assessment used are using quizzes to measure students' knowledge about the material, and then making descriptive text for psychomotor assessment, and using observation sheet to see the implementation of 6C skill. Okay, the next slide. Okay, this is the psychomotor assessment. There are 4 aspects. Okay, next. Okay, and this is the observation sheet rubrics. Student will get 4 if they cover all criteria, and then get 3 if they cover 3 criteria, and so on. Okay, thank you. That's all my presentation. If you have any question about my best practice, I'll try to answer in Q&A session. Thank you very much for your great attention. May all those we have shared be beneficial for all of us. I would like to apologize if there is mistake. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bu Trihastuti, for sharing with us. The ASIC cooperative learning sounds really asik gitu ya, because it allows Ibu Trihastuti especially to explore the 6 Cs, including character and citizenship. Now we have around 20 minutes for question and answer session for this second plenary session. So I guess we could start displaying the question and invite all of the 3 speakers or the 3 teachers with us. Yes, now we've got the first question for the session 2, and the question goes to, yeah, we can go to the first question. Yeah, the first question comes from Erika Kaimanuel from the Philippines. The question is dedicated to Miss Ismi Fajarsi. So Ibu Ismi, how do you maximize the application of 6 Cs in your activities, considering the challenges of teaching English as a second or even a foreign language? Silakan Ibu Ismi.
All right, thank you, Miss Erika, for the question. Sorry, say it again, Miss Julfa, for the question.
Yeah, how would you maximize the application of 6 Cs in the teaching of English? I mean, because given English is a second or even a foreign language in Indonesia.
All right, well, at the last of my presentation, if I'm not mistaken, I also stated that if the character, if my students have a good character and citizenship, usually they're also good in achieving the 4 skills. In the very beginning of my lesson, I motivate my students to, to ignore the grammatical, problem. And then next, I give them, like what I have said, that I give them only about auxiliary verb. So why I put this auxiliary verb to give my students about the grammar? Because after that, then they feel confidence in speaking English and communicating using English. And even I always, I always send a message through or through any, when I post something in the LMS regarding the instruction or regarding the activities, I always write in English and always start by saying, by greeting. And when I send a message through through WhatsApp to the leader of the class, I always start also with the greeting and mentioning, hello, I'm Ismi, could you please kindly, and so on and so on. And I always end with saying thank you. So in the LMS, I not only post the material, regarding the material, but also I put also I insert also some character and some activities or some word in fostering my students to have the C's, the six C's, and when and conveying the students' activities in LMS, I maximize the quizzes, and because this application is quite familiar, and in the questionnaire, students feel like familiar and happy with having quizzes, and also user-friendly. But in reflection or in collaboration, I maximize the Google facilities. I usually do Jamboard to give some question stimulation to the materials, or I also use the Padlet to give students idea, to deliver students idea. And also I use WhatsApp and Telegram, because students also like using WhatsApp for their learning. It solves, especially for them who has internet connection at home, but it is very small students. Most of my students have no problem with internet connection and gadgets, so I can maximize some application for conversation, like when Bapak Ibu listens the video about using the ORAI. So I also sometimes give this application to my students. And well, dealing with the transactional and interpersonal conversation, by dealing with the text or dealing with the genre, I prefer using video or any application that support my students to do active in understanding the reading. In the conventional class, I do confirmation through some application, and more often they do collaboration and grouping. I also ask the students to, let's say, to make a group of their choice. I ask one student to lead the class to to make a group. So well, I think it can train my students to have to develop their citizenship character.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bu Ismi. So in other words, the use of ICT in language teaching will maximize that cultivation of the 6 Cs. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the second question. And I think it's really blurred in my screen. Yeah, okay, I cannot, okay, now it's getting better. Right, now we've got a question from Henry from the Education Training and Upgrading Teachers Training of Ministry of Religious Affairs, Indonesia. The question is directed to Ibu Siti Zakia. How can you implement 6 Cs through dialogues and comic strips?
Okay, before answering these questions, thank you so much for Mr. Henry for your questions. Yeah. These questions are actually, these 6 C skills is not only implemented in the process of scripting dialogue or comics, but starting from the beginning. In the process of scripting comics or dialogue, we can say that the 6 C skills strengthened were about the character, citizenship, and critical thinking, problem solving, and communication and collaborations. Creativity and innovations, let's say in another step. How do I implemented these C skills in this step? As we know that the students' Pancasila profiles has some like just a minute, have faith, fear God Almighty, and have noble character, global diversity, mutual cooperations, independent, critical reasoning, and creative. So in the process of scripting the dialogue, the students have to think critically more about what are the Pancasila students' profile itself. So before they starting to pour the ideas into the script of the comics, they have to think detailed. For example, have faith. What should they make into the story? Is it suitable or not if we make like that? For example, about kebinekaan global. Kebinekaan global means that here global diversity. One of the group make about different ethnic, different religions. When I revised their story, some of the story have how to say that it's not really good story. So we revise together. Do you think this is good about this one, blah blah? So they try to build their creativity of thinking or critical thinking, and also citizenship from that, from scripting. Again, in scripting, they need to dig much more informations, not only writing. So it's not only about the materials of Mandarin classes, but it's about students' Pancasila profile. So it's different. It's not only just a usual dialogue. So they need to focus, to be more focused about the story. So the students in each groups can learn about these student Pancasila profiles, and then build or strengthen their 60 skills. I think that Ms. Zulfa Sahia.
Thank you so much, Ibu Ismi Ibu Zakia for the question, for the answer. Now I think we can move on to the third question, directed to Ibu Trihastuti. The question is from Bu Eka Musikawati from SD Negeri Cikampek Timur 1, Indonesia. I'm an elementary school teacher, and how to implement 60 skills for students whose parents' backgrounds are illiterate and low social status. Most of my students don't have learning readiness and very low self-confidence. Give me some strategy. Thank you. Right. So Bu Trihastuti, now we've got a very complex problems in terms of these students coming from the lower socioeconomic class.
Okay,
Ibu Hastuti, yeah.
Thank you for the questions. Usually, I give them the motivation that everyone can be succeed, even from lower economic families. Yeah, and then by giving them the same opportunity to learn and giving them the same treatment. When in learning and teaching process. And also I usually, for the students who are not confident, I often ask them to do something in front of the class. Maybe I always ask them to give the opinion, and then I also always ask them about something. Yes, I think it can motivate them to have motivation, a good motivation in learning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Hastuti. Yes, I do agree with you that education actually provides that opportunity for anyone, despite their, socioeconomic status or background. They have the same opportunity, but maybe how to deal with them differently and how to equip them, or how to make these learning resources more accessible to them is something that has become our concern nowadays. Yeah, okay. And this is Cikampek Timur. I mean, it's in West Java. It's near Jakarta. They have problem with this. And Indonesia, I think it's an archipelagic country with a very high inequality, and maybe other countries, Asian countries too, have different or has similar issues as compared to this one. So yes, tolerance or citizenship and character is really more important. It really highlights the need to implement these characters and citizenship to make our students really understand the diversity and inequality that is surrounding them. Thank you so much, Ibu Eka. It's a really critical question. Now we can move on to the fourth question from Ibu Husna Aprian from STKIP PGRI Pacitan, Indonesia. And this question is addressed to all speakers. Most of the students come from low economic families. Most of them have lack of motivation to learn and also lack of supporting devices or infrastructure, learning infrastructure. So what are the strategies to motivate them in learning? I teach well, in my opinion, but the results are way below my expectations. So what are the strategies to motivate these particular students so that they are still passionate in learning? Ibu, kita bisa mulai dari, mungkin we can start from Ibu Ismi first, and then Bu Zakia, and then Putri Hastuti.
Okay, yeah, Ibu, do not feel so, Ibu. So your students are really great, actually. So now we have to have positive thinking that our students are great, and you, Ibu, Bapak, Ibu, all the teachers are also great. Well, dealing with the students from dealing with students who have financial problem. Well, yeah, I'm happy because in my school, all students have now all students have gadget, at least mobile phone. So if there is such kinds of students, I keep motivating the students to, well, sometimes personally, I just do like a personal approach to that kinds of students, because usually that kinds of student has a very sensitive. So I communicate using WhatsApp, or even I try to also communicate with the parents. Well, so far, what I have done with that kind of students, I facilitate my student with gadget, because, well, there are gadget who can use by them. A second, I encourage that kinds of students by, well, sometimes I create a question or some activities that I'm sure that kinds of students can do it well. Another things that I usually do with that kinds of students is I suggest them to, if the activities using technology, so I facilitate them to go to our computer lab. But yes, this blended learning or using LMS, one of the reason why I keep using the LMS is I can cope with that kinds of students. Not only students with a financial problem, but also with the students, sometimes they are really good in their brain, but they have a problem in communicating, or in or maybe they have considered as a slow learner. But what happened when we communicate directly using messages, they say everything. even from this activity, then gradually that kinds of students can have the confidence. So what have first I concern with that kinds of students is how we make them confidence with their condition. That's what I have done so far. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Ismi. Ibu Zakia, anything?
Okay, well, for me, actually, what you have written here also happens in my school. Not all of my students are coming from high economics, but also some of them from low economics. So what I have done to them in their classes, first, you have to motivate them. You can make like ice breaking. It's simple, but it works. You can make ice breaking related to your language that you teach, for example, English, Mandarin, or French, or etc. Before starting the lesson, you did the ice breaking to grow up their motivations and willing to start the lesson. And then the next, if they less facilities, they didn't have any gadgets, but I'm sure even they are coming from low economics. Some of the students in the class have gadgets, so you can make them into groups. What I have shared today, for example, taking photos in outside of the class, it can be also applied or implemented in your class, but you make it into some students grouping, and then for example, one gadget in one group, and then they take pictures and then can make caption, or they can change into comics, just a simple one, not using laptop, only use the Android. It can be one of solution. And another part is we can how to say try to use our environment of schools. We ask them to go outside of the class, surrounding our school's area. We can use, for example, natural, like trees or buildings, and we ask them to do that. I'm sure that it's not only technology can make them to be motivating in learning, but also we can use what we have in our school, what we have in our class. That's it for me, Ms. Zulfa.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ibu Zakia, and now I think it's Ibu Trihastuti.
Okay. The question is almost the same with the early questions. I do giving motivation for the students who come from lower social status, and then they can still learning and get knowledge even they have no gadget. If I give them tests, sometimes I give the students tests using a handphone, using a quizzes application or Google Form. And if there is students who doesn't have the gadget, I let the students who doesn't have the gadget, and then or I give them the laptop at school. Okay, for making the learning more active, we can give them, or to make them more motivated, we can give them the ice breaking too. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, so designing the pedagogy, like ice breaking, that will make our students more motivated. Thank you so much, Bu Trihastuti. That's a good point. Now I think we can take another question from the audience. Yeah, so this is the last question that we're going to discuss from Pak Bayu Andri Subakti from SEAQIL Indonesia. And the question is to all speakers, so all teachers, how do you assess the effectiveness of your teaching strategies in order to foster students' success skills? Yes, yeah, and I do agree with this question because I think each of those teacher displays some scores, like a post-test scores to measure the success. Can we start from the back, Bu Triastuti, and then Bu Zakia, and then Bu Ismi? You can respond this very briefly, Bu.
Me first?
Yeah, Bu Triastuti first, yes.
Okay. To assess, let me see the question first.
Yeah, so the point is how do you measure the effectiveness of the implementation of the 6Cs?
Okay, by giving them a pre-test and post-test to see their improvement, and then for seeing the 6Cs skills, I use observation sheet.
Yeah.
See, okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Bu Triastuti. So giving them some tests that measure the students' competencies, and then you also observe their activity in the classroom. Okay, thank you. Ibu Zakia, maybe you could break down the instruments for the test, like what aspect and how do you translate those aspects, for example, critical thinking, and what are the indicators that the students are able to think critically, or citizenship? How would you measure that, competence or aspects in your students, and so on?
Okay, well, actually, quite the same with Miss Hastuti. We can give like a pre and post test, and also in reflection, as I given to them before, give them like reflections by using Padlets, and so there are some questions that they can answer that. We can also give them like a questionnaire, and then give like a scale, how percentage, how many. How to say, how far they get increases of Mandarin skills, and also the 60 skills. For example, when you say that the points, for example, the 60s, maybe if we give the test, it's like that they get examination. Somehow the students feel like interference. So maybe we can make it like creations by using quizzes, for example, and then just like playing a game, and then we take the result of the learning through that. I think that's Ms. Zulfa Sahia.
Okay, thank you. Ibu Ismi?
Okay, well, I prefer having assess them from my side. I assess them from the ongoing process. It is in the conventional class, and I also apply the self-assessment and the peer assessment. For the 2Cs, character and citizenship, well, as I said, that the character can be seen not in a short time, but in a middle or even long time. But so far, when I'm trying to do, or in every class is to have a habitual culture, a habitual, budaya positive. So positive habituation. Then I see when they come to, it is referred to character and citizenship. I see my students when they come to the teacher's room, and then they start with greeting, mentioning their name, and they stated what they are going to do, and always saying thank you. And when I, let's say, I ask my students to, let's say, take the speakers in a staff room. After that, I ask them, so please give your experience on how you get the speakers. Then they will say some stages that, then finally they got the speaker. And when there is some missing, directly, sorry. When I say sorry, or students, they say sorry, then the students automatically realize that there is something missing with this point. And also when the students do like outing class or doing an interview or something, have to have a conversation with staff or another teacher or school principal, directly, personally, I ask to the person who communicates with my student, and all most of the teachers, staff, and even school headmaster stated that, well, they are good regarding their character, and also they give good feedback. And well, for the forces, I think like any other teacher, I give tests or kind of cognitive to measure their cognitive level. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ibu Ismi. Thank you so much, Ibu, the teachers, for responding to the questions. And now I think we are coming into the end of this second plenary session. The committee asked me to conclude this whole session, but I think what I can do is to highlight some very important points as our takeaway messages from this very insightful webinar. We have a very insightful presentations from our keynote speaker and also language teachers, and very vibrant discussion that follows. In language teaching and learning, Professor Susan Chu has reminded us to go beyond just merely teaching language skills as well as textual analysis, because they're just very superficial into the text, but we need to go beyond that and go into the intertextual analysis and metatextual analysis to look at the ethical borders, ethical critics, as well as ethical dilemmas. Professor Chu has suggested to use stories and literary texts because it can serve as a launch pad to question about ethics, values, and dilemmas. From Bu Ismi, Bu Zakia, and Bu Trihastuti, we learned that we could use multimodal resources to cultivate and explore 6Cs in language teaching. Bu Ismi and Bu Zakia use ICT, while Bu Trihastuti translate the 6Cs principle into pedagogy through cooperative learning. Although we need to work on how to measure the 6Cs into tests or measurement. So basically, mainstreaming and fostering character and citizenship is central in this post-pandemic situation because the pandemic has really highlighted inequality and diversity. But the conversation that we have in this webinar has provided us with some lights and hope that the essence of education is building character and citizenship. And as what Professor Chu has highlighted in the beginning, that the main activity that we can harness to aim to that goal of education is by reading. To read means, I quote here, to R, develop relationship, E, cultivate empathy, A, embark on an adventure, and D, strengthen discernment. So thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Professor Susan Chu, our teachers, Bu Ismi, Bu Zakia, and Bu Trihastuti for the very meaningful sharing and friendship. And thank you too to our participants for the brilliant questions and the vibrant discussion that you have initiated. And thank you so much to SEAQIL Kirap in Language that organized this very meaningful webinar. Thank you very much, everyone. I give the stage back to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zulfa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big round of virtual applause for our keynote speaker and teacher presenters for the insightful and inspirative materials. And not to forget to our lovely moderator as well, who has chaired the fruitful and engaging sessions. Thank you very much, Ibu. Okay, so the Honorable Board of Directors, resource persons, guests, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the closing ceremony. And for that, kindly open your camera and switch off the microphone during the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ardel.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, firstly, I would like to start my thanking you all, the speaker, for their excellent thought-provoking talks. We have Associate Professor Susan Chu Shenli from National Institute of Education Singapore. We have Ms. Ismi Fajarsi, English teacher from SMA Negeri 1 Kasihan, Yogyakarta. We have Ms. Siti Zakia, Mandarin teacher from SMKN 2 Tebing Tinggi. And we have Ms. Tri Hastuti, French language teacher from SMA Negeri 1 Penyu, Indonesia. Thank you for your fruitful presentation. Thank you for the moderator for organizing and animating their session and keeping things both under control and reasonable on time. We have Zulfa Sakia, PhD from Semarang State University. Thank you, Ibu Zulfa. However, mostly importantly, I would to thank you all, the participants. Without your input, ideas, and discussion, this webinar would not have been the success it has. I'm very happy that in almost 3 hours, we have learned, exchanged ideas and opinions on developing success skills through language teaching. On this occasion, we have sharing session from teaching English, Mandarin, and French. Ladies and gentlemen, we have already heard a very complete summary from the moderator. And I'm sure that most of participants have their own notes for all the presentation that has been shared. Instead, I would like to share with you my personal view of the presentation. From our keynote speaker, Associate Professor Susan Chu, we have learned that how important the character and citizenship dispositions among 21st century competencies and how to develop characters by infusing ethics in language teaching. We become more aware that as an alternative model of the 21st century education, human capability approach sees education as the journey that affirms the well-being of the individuals, enabling them to live fully and to help others flourish. Such vision has drawn more attention to the humanistic aspect of education, such as values and character education, and thus consequently has required a shift in language teaching, which then focus on skill-centric curriculum to character-centric curriculum. She also mentioned the importance of literacy texts as bridge of character development. One of them by encouraging students to analyze, to criticize, and discuss ethical issues in text. We also have witnessed the explanation from the 3 teacher presenters that promoting success in language classrooms have to be started by shifting our teaching approach from teacher-centered to student-centered. By positioning students as subjects who are free to think and express themselves independently, we, as teachers, subconsciously help preparing them to be effective individuals and humanist citizens in the 21st century society. Many teaching approaches and methods could be adapted. Many teaching media could be used. However, equally important to be considered by language teachers is providing learning resources which address, discuss important and relevant local, regional, or global issues to be discussed during the learning process. Therefore, students are not only taught to master the language, but they will learn how to use the language in more meaningful way. Simultaneously, they encourage to be humanist citizen in the 21st century global society. I hope that what have been shared here today, I'm convinced that they are very, very useful for any language teacher. I feel, along with many others, that this webinar is very useful and should continue. I hope SEAQIL will design other webinars with interesting and up-to-date topics that are urgently needed by language teachers. Finally, I would like to thank to the webinar committee. It is thanks to them that this webinar has been a success. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end this webinar, in this opportunity, I also would like to thank to all of our team virtual. Once again, I would like to thank to all of our distinguished presenter, moderator, and committee, also participant for all contribution and participation in this international webinar. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and we wish you a good day. Back to you, Ms. Ardel.
Thank you very much, Ms. Esra. Ladies and gentlemen, before we leave this virtual room, we will capture this precious moment with group photo sessions. May we invite the Board of Directors of SEAQIL Kecakapan Language, Associate Professor Susan Chu, Ms. Ismi Fajarsi, Ms. Siti Zakia, Ms. Trihastuti, and Ms. Zulfa to join us in the first photo session. Okay, I see you already. Now let me count. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Now, we invite all participants for the second and last photo session. Please open your camera and prepare your best smiles, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, perfect. Now, let me count once again. 1, 2, 3. Once again, next slide, please. Great. Okay, please be ready. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Okay, to all Zoom participants, I would like to remind once again for those who have not submitted the attendance list yet, kindly fill in the form using the link which are provided in the chat box. Also, we kindly ask you to fill out the webinar evaluation questionnaire until tomorrow at 12 p.m. Jakarta time at the latest. By filling out this questionnaire, you will help us to plan for our future webinars. And also, please be noted that filling out the questionnaire is one of the requirements to receive the e-certificate for Zoom participants. Thank you very much for your kind attention and cooperation. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you for your kind attention and cooperation during this webinar. We do apologize for any inconvenience occurred during the pre and today's activity. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. Stay safe and be healthy. See you on the next event of SEAQIL Kecakapan Language. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ibu Susan. Thank you, Ibu Zulfa.
Thank you everyone. Thank you for the committee.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.